Back to the ESL Challenger League Season 48. The European side of things continues. I'm tea time joined by Faraz Waldadi Abra as we head into the trenches. And when I say the trenches, I mean it is time to potentially send some teams down to relegation. Before that, though, Faraz, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, and this is a very different match we're going to be looking at today as opposed to the one we casted yesterday, right? Yesterday had some very interesting results when we looked at bait against Sinners, but today, honestly, I don't know what I'm going to be getting. I mean, in all fairness, yesterday, what was that, right?
Well, it was some fun matches, and hopefully we can see the distance come through one more time. But before we can see the distance come through, why don't we take a look at the schedule initially to see all the matches that are on display. Here on the C stream for ESL, we decided that we're going to be taking up the trenches, like I mentioned. So we're going to be having a lower bracket side matchup in brazylijski versus GUN5. If you guys are coming in thinking, well, I thought this is Apogee. Well, brazylijski has submitted the application to change their name to Apogee. That's all in the process. It takes a day or two. You know, that's just how things are. But on the other stream, it is the ESL CSD stream. It's Bait versus 9 Pandas, so you can go check out as well. That'll be for a spot in the playoffs guaranteed. Right now, though, it's all between these two up top to find out who will be sent down to relegation or potentially towards eventual elimination for the league. If you guys are wondering about that league, though, of course, do keep in mind that relegation can only happen if you have arrived here. And I know you guys are very often watching and thinking, we're better than that. We can arrive there. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? You can sign up for the ESEA League Season 51 right now on faceit.com. If you guys will go over there, the ESEA League 51 registrations are open and you can sign yourselves up for the open season. I know Waldadi's had a few open seasons as well, both in the league and off of it. But for us, as far as the ESEA is concerned, what's the best you've ever done?
What's the best you've ever done? Well, I've had the misfortune of having Coach Tea Time on my team. So, I mean, I remember those times very fondly. I'm not really sure if you're asking me about whether or not I had a good time or if the scores were good, because those are two very, very different stories. And as far as teammates are concerned, right, most of my teammates, they've been sitting ducks. So.
I see that their eyes are closed as well, so it does feel like it is actually exactly how it goes in the actual matchup as well. It's a pretty accurate artistic representation. I'm proud of you, for us. I didn't think you had it in you. But why don't we see what matches hold for us today? Let's take a look at the brackets as well and just see where exactly we are. Like I said before, it is the lower bracket. We are through the group stage. We are not concerned with the higher or mid group. This is all about the low group. And in the low group, we're going to be coming up in the upper bracket round 2. Remember, there are only 2 teams from this entire bracket who can stay in the ESL Challenger League for Season 49, and that's exactly what GUN5 and brazylijski are trying to fight in for. GUN5 beating Incilio and brazylijski taking out Team Space to get here.
Yeah, and now that we're going to be watching brazylijski versus GUN5, right? You know, this is one of those games where, like, yeah, okay, you're taking like a leisurely layman scroll through HLTV, right? And you might think like, hey, there's a bit of a mismatch, right? But I do think that brazylijski, as much as I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, right? They're probably one of the teams that can often go under people's radar simply because they're not really playing against a high caliber opponent, but they are actually getting quite a few reps. And like, these are the types of teams that are constantly going through all sorts of open qualifiers, all sorts of positions where you're often encountering teams who might be down there as well, simply because they're going through, hey, you know, we've got a roster change, we're now put in a position where we have to claw it out against sort of the trenches. So they do have quite a bit of hidden experience that might not show up on the screen.
Well, listen, you're talking about a lot of the team. Why don't we take a look at some of these players as well? If you guys are watching closely, this is one of the lineups that I believe made it to an IEM event once upon a time, or maybe it would have been ESL Pro League, but they've made it to an S-tier event before through the ESL system. They didn't do too well over there back then, but the question is, can they do it again? Can they actually come through and maybe maintain themselves in ECL for a chance at potentially EPL Season 22, even if not 21? They have GUN5 to deal with. GUN5 recently have been on the up and up, though.
Yeah, they have. I mean, recently they've been performing quite well, and this is sort of a team that wasn't on my radar personally for a very long time, but then you look at their recent results, and it's not like it's all hunky-dory. They're not just completely smurfing on like similar tier opposition, but realistically speaking, they have been sort of starting to climb into the, like being a staple of tier 2, and maybe part of that is because Dime has now become a very big staple within the roster, even though he is coming from the bench of AMCOL, and I'm not exactly sure what sort of the contractual situation is there, but you know, he's been playing with them since August, and well, if that can bolster your team, well and good, right? So that being said, they've had some really decent results where, like, you know, you're threatening teams like Sashi, you're threatening teams like NIP, you're threatening teams like you know, Incilio within that tier. So if you can be on the come up in that regard, it's really difficult to see them suffering a loss in a bracket like this.
Let's take a look at the veto so we can see exactly where we landed on. And of course, I already have the veto on my side, so I can go through that one as well. It was a Dust 2 pick coming out from GUN5, Nuke being picked up by brazylijski, and then we have Anubis as the decider. This is where I think things are very interesting. Nuke is a bit of a curveball, and I think there's a lot of prep to be able to do in GUN5. They've had mixed results on it, which is surprising considering that Celta and Tunir, historically speaking, have been on lineups that have actually done very well on Nuke. Even Sadime has had his moments on AMCOL as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that we actually see that being the priority pick from brazylijski. They don't have as many reps, regardless of whether they are in open qualifiers or not. Their reps on HLTV are slightly lower, so data is a little bit less populated. And then we've got Anubis as a decider. Fantastic decider, I think we can say that much from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good decider, right? But we have to look at how they're going to have to get to that point. And the decider, it's, well, not decided, as weird as that sounds to say, but
why don't you make a decision, though, and talk to me about who you think is going to take this one away based on the vetoes?
I mean, based on the veto, I don't even think I had to get to the veto to make a prediction, because I think I'm GUN5 all the way.
I think I might be with you for that one as well. It's hard not to go in for the GUN5 side. It does feel like they do have a clear-cut weakness potentially in their Opper and Easy. Doesn't seem like he's always putting up the same numbers, but the rifling core that they have around them, it's hard not to give out the prediction that, hey, I think we're both leaning out towards GUN5. That's not to say that brazylijski don't have their own players as well who can't come in. I know you mentioned Polo to me beforehand, but for me personally, I think Krochu has also been doing a very good job on the T side of things at times. Of course, it's been a while since I've casted him, so you know, I'm sure that there's some refreshing that I can be having, and that's exactly what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and while we're on the subject of like individuals there, right? Yes, I've mentioned that, hey, Polo is like a pretty strong opper to you before, but this is also a team that does have pretty decent staples. Like, generally speaking, you look at this sort of caliber of CS, you're often going to feel like, hey, like this is a bit of a lopsided lineup, right? But it never really feels that way, and that's probably one of the biggest reasons why this lineup has stuck together. Like, even if they are going through like organizational changes, they do slot in quite nicely. And you know, I think maybe if we are going to say like, hey, there's like one player performing a little bit better than the others, it might be Polo, but it does come down to sort of the role he's playing, right? He's going to have all of the supportive elements around him. He's got the AWP being supported, and yeah, you know, they also do have some firepower as a staple in the form of Clutchu, so it's gonna be fun. And
it's also really fun to keep an eye out on our Kadia player to watch, though, which will be Tunir Andrei Tetranovic. He has been absolutely fantastic across different lineups. I think Tunir has been a revelation, and where we keep on seeing more and more CIS talent come through and flourish. He's been just one of many to be doing so. It does feel like he's sometimes been left behind, but now that he's on this GUN5 project and has really found his legs, he's been a fun one to keep an eye out on, and we're going to be taking in regular updates from the Kadia side to make sure that we have a nice little tracker on his performance across the series. For now, though, before we start the series, we have to take a short break, and when we're back, it'll be time for map number 1. Stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere. Here's the thing about action, guys. It's great whenever it comes. Late, early, now, never, not never. Let's get action. Brazylijski versus GUN5 Dust 2. That's how we're starting off.
Speaking of starts, T side for brazylijski, and we've got GUN5 on the CT. And yeah, it's probably going to take me like 5 more attempts until I can get that to roll off my tongue easily.
Alright, now brazylijski have started off with a nice little mid to B idea that they're putting in. It could still be a reroute back up through short, but a flashbang through their own smoke will give them mid control. Tanir looking to block him off right as they start in. It's easy next to him, but Tanir's the one getting numbers, and those numbers are equal to 3.
Yeah, there's a reason why this man was a Kidia player to watch. And he's delayed enough. He's done enough damage. 3 kills. Very good stuff. And now they're quickly going to start to barrel into the bomb site. They brought the numbers down to 2, but as Dime surely has his number dialed in, and with Gilo being part of the equation, it is an easy-peasy retake. First round for GUN5.
They let the bomb plant through despite the fact that Tanir actually finds those 3 kills because Tanir ends up moving outside of, well, the world. Gets taken down. They're hoping to do so without the bomb being planted, but it's okay. It's just $600, right? It's no big deal. Probably going to see brazylijski buying up behind it regardless, but let's see what the plan is. I like the idea, and I like the fact that they're coming in already with some from spawn calls. It's always a fun time, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not they can maybe have a little bit more of that.
Yeah, you were talking about action. We get to see it immediately in that second round, right? All the guns pulled out, courtesy of the bomb plant. And yeah, it was a bit of a godsend that they get to plant that bomb after the destruction we saw because of the late rotation. But they're going for a straight up long hit. Klocku straight out with the Galil. Might be able to catch the player that's trying to retreat, but has Dime a little too fast, and they won't even make it around the corner now. Kind of a stalemate before they can start pushing in on long.
My brother, you cannot call him Klocku after you've told me Klochu, and we discussed Klosu before that, right? You've just brought in a new name again and again.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
Well, it's rough to be Sadime as well right now. He would like to switch guns out with Selter, but Selter's on the other side of the map. I cannot believe he's actually getting aggressive from behind the smoke and trying to spam him through it when he's on 12 HP. That's a bold man.
Yeah. They're being kind of elaborate with it. They take long. They'll be leaving a prong alone, bringing the players all the way back to tunnels. And Selter wanted to get a little bit exploratory here, and he is going to get caught eventually. But here's the thing: he spots that player on the top of the platform. The terrorist has given up their positions.
Selter actually manages to spot out a lot over here. Polo can't do anything, so despite the fact that he's trying to watch out for anyone who's going to be going hunting for lurks, this is a kind of a useless position to be in. There's 30 seconds left. There's time to read out back to short and gun it in, but now with the smoke to interrupt them at B, there's seemingly nothing that brazylijski can do over here.
Yeah, I mean, 20 seconds remaining. Are they really going to jump the gun with barely any time remaining on the clock, and with Easy being on the back of Plat? He had the perfect position, probably want to stick to it. Sit down, Easy, missing a shot, and oh, Selter's not connecting just yet. Easy does try to stop them, but in the nick of time, they should be able to start dialing the numbers in. We've got another player coming in as the second prong for mid, but surely there's not enough time.
Yeah, Polo's at the very least able to draw rotations back in from the A bomb side and even put Easy in an uncomfortable position where he starts to move away because of that long crossing smoke. So he does his job at the very least. Now the question that I think everyone should have is, do you buy again? It is technically a better buy than you would have had in the previous round, but also you kind of don't want to after how the previous round went.
Oh no, they'll be going guns blazing. I mean, there's also that second consideration, right? You know you got 2 casualties, so now you're also going up against a slightly more locked and loaded CT side. So, I mean, not sure by how much, but
I mean, you've got 5 M4s now, right? So there is that to consider. That is a egregious beat to come through from Sadime. If you're hoping to try and punish out the long doors player because they've seen the smoke, that feels like a fool's hope.
yeah, that's an ambitious long peek right there. Just a confidence play perhaps, but Tanir also gets spotted as he's making his way into lower tunnels. They know that there's a player at the bottom of middle, there's a player on short. But they've quickly started to make their way onto A long. GUN5 going back into their initial position. Sadime missing. is going to be a sore spot for them.
He's been spotted, and he's somehow able to keep his life out despite that wallbang. It felt like his death was already demarcated, but apparently not. There are a lot of CTs over here, and despite the numbers disadvantage that they are in, 40 seconds on the clock, and a flashbang would go a long way. Instead, Selter just shot through the smoke. Quick
annoying.
headshot found. Swiss will trade, but now Swiss trying to scale, unable to do so. Tanir continues to be a menace, but he's worried about a short lurker to come through on the flank. Selter instead left alone, and he's found another. It's Polo and Virtuoso, the only ones left, and Polo's able to break blood, but it's still is a 2-on-2. Zielo's quick rotation coming in. The flank will be effective, and Virtuoso all alone.
Yeah, all to do, but he's already found the first. And now the glimmer of hope has turned into a flashlight. Virtuoso peeks with the flashbang, and he's wasting ample time. Goes for the reposition, shoulder spotted. Going for pot shots on both sides. Tanir's been good, and he will continue to be great. GUN5, a third stolen away.
Yeah, Glimmer of Hope turns into flashlight's kind of nice. I appreciate that. Good job, man. That's legit. You know what is not legit, though? The fact that brazylijski continues to have these close rounds, and where once upon a time you're thinking, well, you know, it's always going to be up for us from here. GUN5 are going to be able to pull out the AWP if they want to. Tanir can drop that one as well. You've got enough money to be able to fully purchase up. brazylijski are doing a great job with the low economy. It feels like you'd like to see what they can do with a full set.
Yeah, with how much pushback they've been able to afford themselves with just the Galils, it does definitely bring some hope to the table, but we're looking at a match pause. Definitely not a tactical one, because I believe then the graphic would say so, but we'll probably figure things out very soon. Just quickly
Indeed
check.
In the meanwhile, guys, of course, if you are not aware, then first of all, you've been living under a rock, but you have time to get out of it. ESL Pro League is also going on these days. You can always tune into the A and B streams during the earlier hours of the day to check out all that fantastic action. But fantastic action also here.
That's a very well-equipped rock that they're living under. If they have like broadband, really and they, yeah, and they've got like a monitor to watch ESL Pro League.
Those luxury caves that you can rent a hotel in.
Yeah, you mean like Patrick's home, right?
Yeah. Well, right now, Easy would like to go home. Maybe he keeps on getting tagged up by these damn scouts. I don't like it here. Why can't I live in a pineapple under the sea?
Well, for a human being, Sandy's house is probably more fitting, but ooh, that is a very solid opener. And an annoying one as well, because you're losing a player before you've even seen where the shots are coming from. GUN5 already with the advantage, and now they've got a little bait and switch setup before they even run into the trap. Zelo is starting to put heads on a chopping block, and Easy happy to add more to the tally. Polo, pretty basic play going in with the flashbang, but GUN5 have already done the brunt of the work.
You feel like you're really fighting a losing battle if you're Polo with this utility. Uzi's at least able to equalize the score a little bit more. It's a 2v3 and there was a one-on-one available, but to go up against Tanir, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, this is why this is a man who's been on the radar for most people if you're looking at GUN5, because Tanir, even now, he's starting off 8-1, really separating himself even from his own pack. And this is where brazylijski just have to wait it out, just come down, back to the pistols. And I've really liked how elaborate they're being at the start, but the problem is these very late conversions always end up telegraphing what they're going to eventually be attacking. Of course, the last round was not exactly that kind of storyline.
Look, it's a decent amount of utility that you're able to force out from the CTs, but you are also using a lot of your own, and you didn't have much to start with. Rotation back to the bomb site will be the most prompt course of action, but the problem is that middle will be scoped out. You have Sadime and Tanir to do just that with the help of a flashbang. They know what's coming for them, I can tell you that much. But Virtuoso might be the difference maker. He's turned away. Oh no! There goes your lighthouse. And who's going to find you in the darkness? Nade in from behind. Jello's not got many bullets and he won't be able to use any of them anyway.
Tenir finding 2 is just so instrumental to their success right there. Even with the recovered AK, a 1v3 is a bit ambitious when you don't have HP. 2 players watching his angle. If he swings out, you're running into 2 barrels. Oh, wow. Okay, now we're talking. Maybe a conversation here 2 times? Nah. I was hopeful.
That's not going to work. You got 12 HP, you're trying to spam battle through B doors. That's just not happening. I'm going to give the Poles some credit. They're doing good damage in all of these rounds, no matter what their buy is. And that means that they're always 1 round away from putting GUN5 in a very awkward position. If this is not that round, though, you might not get a very good chance later on. GUN5 can start to run away with things. Already up 5-0. You can see where I'm coming from in that evaluation. But a boost up for Easy to get sideline over is a little bit insufficient. Shilo is the one who's actually going out on a scouting mission.
Yeah, and we've seen some confidence plays before, yes, but they've been largely unsuccessful, and that's exactly what happens again. Punished, the slower default style is exactly what should work for brazylijski, but it kind of hinges on GUN5 making the plays that we just saw, like Zelo pushing in like that and S-Dime doing what he did earlier to find him his only death. But this is a good opener, and this early in the round, conversions could be made.
They have completely abandoned short on A side, and as they look to rectify that with Saddam's retreat and accompanied by Tenir, this is still going to be a B side hit. It's only Closu here to try and sell the fake, but he's not got the utility to actually do that. Flashbang in, and it is a missed shot, Polo. That is egregious. You can't afford to be missing those ones. Closu, however, will at least do one better, but tagged up and flashed up by his own flash, I do believe, was Tenir. That's not a great sign for things, but still, B-bomb side under attack. Easy's expecting the Oppa to not be the only player here, but they don't know that Easy's repositioned back to car. Virtuoso's hunting for him in the back of the bomb site, and Easy will have a chance to take one more. A player to jump down from close, and time is running low, but he's now lost the plot as they come over the scope. It's set up for success for Selter if he can only just find Swayze, but Selter's got his knife out. Pull the gun out, Selter. He won't have a chance.
brazylijski finally around for them, and it comes off the back of GUN5 instantly being punished. And I really appreciate how elaborate they were with allowing their short player to have his presence. You know, Closu, he finally gets a mark on the board, but when he does, those are some very impactful frags to find the T side their first round. And now GUN5, because the damage has been keeping their economy honest, they still kind of have to dig pretty deep to find any semblance of weaponry. I mean, 5 rounds in a row and you still only come up with a couple M4s and a scout rifle. That's a bit rough.
Oh man,
he's
from
so
Easy!
Holy!
That is unfair.
Oh, that's so downright nerdy.
That's classic Dust 2 scout play.
Okay, so losing your economy was by design. Got it.
Yeah. They were waiting for this. It's like, we're gonna give them hope. They're gonna think, oh, these CTs are gonna be reset soon, guys. You count their money. No! We don't need cash.
I'd win. Probably Easy.
Most likely. Saddam might be having that same monologue internally as well, but it's hard to hit this shot with Polo around the corner now. It's a very annoying angle, but only if you fire at them. Shoots out a little bit earlier, and Closu will be able to punish Tenir, repositioning back to the bomb site itself, and GUN5 will be quick to rotate, clearing out mid as they do so. This is good spam damage.
The lack of weaponry, though, doesn't mean that this is a foregone conclusion just yet. They're already getting into retake positions before the bomb has already been dialed, and by the time they start to stick it, these 4 players are about to attack the bomb site.
Celta looking for that headshot. Neither one of the pistols able to find anything. It's Woozy and Closu to continue defending this bomb site. Tenir Might have found some spam damage, but now he has to find 2 whole kills before he even gets to contend with the AWP. Nicely done, brazylijski do find that second, despite the fantastic openers from Easy.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous that we even see the conversion there, but just the fact that Long doesn't get very well contested by Sadaim does mean that, hey, we don't have all the weaponry, we can't really do too much other than spam damage, so you kind of have to give up the A site, and then it just comes down to playing the retake effectively, which realistically they did. So we're just not going to acknowledge 2 virtuosos, right? Like,
yeah,
you just like had a mental agreement.
Oh, it's
okay.
it's just a HUD issue, right? He's whenever someone disconnects, it's a replication happens, right? That's all. And
that would be really convenient. Yeah, I mean, he's going 12-6. Like, if I can just replicate the top fragger every game, like, I'd be coasting elo.
It's like a shadow clone jutsu out here. That's what we have.
Are you a Naruto nerd? Like, have you?
I've read.
I feel like you've gotten your feet wet.
I've read it all, right? So, but I was very young when it was actually coming out. So I was reading because I'm kind of old, right? So I was reading it as it was being released. So I don't really remember it very well because I read it across the span of 6 years or something.
Yeah, but the cool stuff though, that's on the
yeah. I mean, I remember pain. But that's just my emotions whenever I realize there's not going to be another Naruto.
Speaking of pain, it's about to be dished out on middle because we've got GUN5. Might be able to avoid.
Oh, okay.
Wow,
that's
Polo.
actually.
That's an op that they can very easily even recover if they can get past Losu. Oh, he's pressed E. They're trying to still claw it back, but this is pretty decent damage from GUN5. A little unexpected. At least they'll be able to get this AWP away from them, but Tanir, that's a nasty position to be playing if they do eventually make it to long, but
this is also
I like that
really
they're
good
careful.
from Sadaim, though. Sweet is in 1 headshot territory, let's not forget that, so is Virtuoso.
This could be one of the most annoying plays they have to play against.
Find this one. No, he's turned away. What is he looking for? There's nothing there.
Someone remind him that the update blocks off middle. Oh, yeah. This pretty much checks Tanir out. If there was any, maybe a 50-50 chance, but they get the kill on the rotator, they're not going to commit to long, of course. I feel like B is a much safer option. And it's interesting that they're still being super careful about how they go about this.
They haven't seen Tanir yet, right? So it makes sense. You're always worried. If there's 30 seconds left on the clock, you just want to.
I respect it.
And
many a 13-11s that have brought me a lot of pain.
I think they have also disposed of the weaponry.
He's looking for it, and that's the thing, right? They spent they spent the extra time to just come back and make sure that AWP won't land in anybody's hands, and they were quite elaborate with it, so that's good. Now, GUN5, where it might have looked like a monstrous lead at the start, it is slowly going to slip out. Yeah, I mean, I respect the hustle. Right? Yeah.
I feel like we do have another disconnection coming through, unfortunately, so we are likely to have a technical timeout as we figure out what exactly is going on with brazylijski.
They keep trying to clone Virtuoso.
It's understandable. I'd clone Virtuoso too.
But only the version we're getting on this map.
No, I'd just clone him. Just because if I had the power to clone someone, why wouldn't I want to clone them and see what happens?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at the very least,
you could tell me that I can clone like the worst version of Fiflarin that we ever saw play, and I'd still say, yeah, dude, go for it. That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
You think they both have the same memories? If you clone someone, should they retain memories?
They should retain memories, but they shouldn't share memories, like, from that point on.
No, of course, right? But why should they retain memories? Are memories like physical imprints on your brain?
Of course, like, I wouldn't expect it to be anything else, like...
Are they, though?
Okay, so there's, like, there are people who have gotten transplants, and then they get them, there's, like, this weird thing that happens where they report that they have some phantom memory of what happened to the person that they got the transplant from. So like, there's like the theory around memory is still a bit developing, I guess.
It's always a fun time whenever you're looking at where it's interesting abstract concepts that could turn physical. But let's get physical on the server. Sadime, fire on and shots on point as well. Swizz is down and Sadime will be putting him in the ground.
And is that the first time they've actually gone for some kind of aggression and it's worked out? Because yes, Easy has been contesting it, but it's been off the back of his scout on middle.
Tinner's backed off in short. They won't have anyone there, so Easy feels the need to peek, and that's exactly what's been punished. They heard the drop from Tinner. They know there shouldn't be anyone around this corner, and that's what they are looking to find out. This bomb site is free. Only Sadime here to try and contest a flash overhead and an AK to find the head immediately. He is looking sharp, and Tinner seems to have lost his edge, but maybe not in this round. He is still spicy.
First kill found. Okay, we can still get it done. Numbers quickly tapped. And he does have a decent idea of where they could come from. He got the kill on the long player, so he's more prioritized towards short. But that smoke does throw a wrench in the works. Makes it a little harder to find him. Going the whole 9 yards, crouching. Oh, you just have to hit that shot.
It could have gotten really worrisome for GUN5 over here, but especially considering the fact that brazylijski will be having money for the next few rounds, this is still going to be fine. It's good to see that aggression actually works out for them, though. I will say it didn't feel completely planned. Sadime, I don't even know if he had the best possible spawn for long, the way he was trying to cross over, and he was completely in the middle when he finds that first kill, so yeah.
Yeah, that 1v2 1v3 comes through, and that completely disrupts GUN5, but it doesn't. So
there you go.
No phantom memories here. Oh, look at this. This might be the first time where they've comfortably gotten long without losing Sadime or having like some kind of damage be exchanged.
He did just tell the person in the last round, right? We did just see
Oh,
that.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, maybe memories aren't that permanent after all.
The only thing physical right now is lead and a flash through for close to, and he has had that dodged out. Shiloh comes out and takes him down. Very, very good communication and very nice speaks. Oh my god, I thought Sadime would get that one.
I'm not sure why that third peak comes in, though. I mean, you've gotten 2 kills now. You can very quickly just recede back into passivity.
Because vibes.
That's true, that's true.
And the vibes are pushing them forward even more. Virtuoso is a master of the vibes.
Yeah, not a big fan of these vibrations from GUN5 personally.
You're just a hater. And I am too, to be honest. You're right.
Yeah,
this one is good though. This one feels
it's
necessary.
And it's probably going to be successful as well. That AWP is a sitting duck right there, and he's going to play the trigger discipline. Wait for some more info. Yeah, dude, this is a fake. I have you in 4K. Come on.
Oh, what a bit of patience from Gilo, but he's flubbed it! Virtuoso puts him down, and all the flashes in the world won't stop him from taking another peek. Didn't say he'd win that duel, but at least he takes it. Virtuoso left alone 1 versus 2. Molly was down, but Tinner already out at the bomb site again. GUN5, the slimmest of margins, but they keep the train going.
Yeah, that was even a little worrisome for Tinner right there. The crosser was nearly on his head. I think it might have just been the adjustment and the RNG from the spray prior that sort of saved his life. But GUN5, even within margins, yes, that's been the case for most of the game. They've been able to upkeep the performance, and I feel like when it comes to the terrorist side, it might get this might just get a little bit more potent from the CTs.
Yes, when it comes to the terrorist side.
You get me.
Potent, but Easy is very potent. A lot of these rounds, not necessarily the best showing. What are you doing, Sadime? My brother! My friend! I cannot defend
That's
you!
Generous. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're cooking here on long. And with their best shot to near out of the equation, now the chances for brazylijski to solidify their chances further does increase tenfold. But Selter, he's there for information. Even if he doesn't, that's still a fair bit of info, so they can start getting into positions, but...
They don't know where it is. That could have very well just been a player trying to go back in. Now, getting the frag onto Virtuoso changes things, but they're still reinforcing A. The info of one receding player really isn't that much. That means his B bomb site is free, and there might be a case to make for a save here for GUN5, but given how aggressive they've been playing so far, I don't know if they've ever made that case.
Okay, yeah. I think they might have still gone for it if Selter was close by, just so that they can be a bit more careful with how they go for the full retake. But yeah, it's just Shiloh sticking around, making sure that if he can get a pot shot or something, then they could go for a late round push. But this is now concluded. 4 rounds guaranteed for them. And not a terrible showing just yet. If they can just add a little bit more spice to that recipe, then it could be worth it. 5 rounds, not too bad. If it gets to that, of course.
We need to see Sedan stop going for these aggressive peaks when you already feel like you have a big advantage. I mean, after that, then Selter re-aggressing forward as well. Not Selter, sorry. Might have actually been to near next to him. Whoever it was with the M4 who re-aggressed. It's a bad buy from brazylijski, but that's not really stopped them so far. They have been finding a lot of good impact, even in the rounds that they're losing in situations like this. And again, it's fast, long control, but this time the smoke out for Selter. He's looking to fight, and he will win it. Everyone else from brazylijski is heading right up short, and they are about to find an unoccupied bomb site. Only Shiloh to try and interrupt them. Pull out your gun, Shiloh!
Yeah, I don't think the numbers, the weaponry matters too much for brazylijski. Selter tries to stop them, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade. We'll see whether or not their attempt at throwing rocks from glass houses is successful. Tinir, that bit of HP might have seemed insignificant, but that's audio right there, T-Time.
So Dime's got the Molotov out to try and force Prism into fight. Bolo in on the site, but Easy is gone and Prism is doing it all. Another nade goes out and it'll claim what Sadime couldn't in his lifetime. 5 still found. brazylijski keep it competitive, but can they compete in the second half? Let's find out after a break. From 5-0 to 7-5. Now, admittedly, they did get 2 rounds, but GUN5 probably aren't very happy with how this one has gone. Still, they have a chance to make this a pretty convincing game on their own map. Big brazylijski has been competitive consistently, but only able to convert so many times.
Okay, so now we know the box doesn't help everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, early flashbang here from GUN5. They start taking control of long, and the only other piece of the puzzle that they've got that they can cook something with is the B tunnels player, Sadime.
Well, Swizz is being very careful to not give out too many peeks, but as he sees the smoke sailing over,
Wow.
nothing quite so beautiful as a long-range USP tap. Sadime will show us a bit more of a common man's good time. It's a Glock shot, and Gilo's hoping to give us a little bit more of that good time. It is going to be quickly finished over. Celta giving us some more damage. Sadime expected to come up too short, and their expectations will be met, but still,
Oh, wow.
doing a great job of trying to hold them at bay. Polo in from behind now. Also being kept out, and eye for Sadime making up for that CT side.
Yeah, he looked very lackluster on the CT because of his long presence right there, but now quickly 12-7 after collecting 4, and you know there's another universe where he just walks out of tunnels and he instantly gets shot by the dualies that's waiting for him. And it was even a bit of an off angle, so I'm quite surprised that he's able to instantly punish. Now GUN5, some breathing room, sure, but these scouts, man. If Easy has set a precedent for how the scout can be played right here on Dust 2, then I'm still a little bit worried, regardless of what buy we have on the table.
Ooh.
Yeah, I respect a man that can control a Galil spray.
It really is so good looking, isn't it? Prism. No, that's not what that flash is supposed to do. It's okay, we're not going to think about it. We are going to think about Easy creeping up on him and getting this freest skill of his life. But Kinnear steals it. Easy will have to do his own hard work. Assisted by a flashbang from Celter, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, the elbow grease is all his. Don't take any credit away from him. Well, GUN5, they probably didn't want to be put in this kind of position to begin with because some of their rounds did look a bit flubbed, but now they've gotten their composure back, and they get to push back a little bit because brazylijski, it'll be a while before they can get their hands on any money.
Yeah, you don't even have any like Magic Deagle opportunities because the most you've got is a 5-7. We've seen some nice rounds coming out from 5-7s, but nothing that crazy.
Yeah, and Celter, the way he's playing this, he gets all the info in the world. He gets full control of the B-bomb site. He speaks into his walkie-talkie. They'll quickly just waltz on over.
B-bomb site. Over.
We need a new co-commentator.
Did you just
You have to
spit it in your mic? Did you just give
No,
your
I
mic
did not.
to Hawk Tour? What is wrong with you?
Oh, dude, the most boomer thing you said all week.
Kinnear coming out and farming up with those Galils. We talked about the Galil sprays, and there is a reason why this weapon is the most effective anti-eco weapon known to mankind. Nothing whops them up like a Galil 35.
Is it the Galil 35? Is the 35 for the number of bullets?
Yeah.
Okay. The more
What
you
did
know.
you think?
The 35 points of health I will take.
1935?
the 35 points of health I'll get off the enemy because I'll miss my whole spray is what I thought.
Double up now out for brazylijski. This is very much a last chance saloon for them, and they realize it as well. Kinnear pushing forward, flashbang for the CTs to try and fight back into him, but Kinnear still has cover to fight in from what he turns around, gets a kill. Instead of receding back to the garbage bin of defense, he will trade 1-for-1. Resmoke out, and Celta's thinking about pushing it, but Prism's reload has completed. There's a bomb in T-spawn. That'll be Shiloh's responsibility to recover.
So far, so good for GUN5. And with Dime being as far along as he is, yeah. Does he go for the full trigger discipline? Yep. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad to see that he has the same AK-47 that's in my buy menu.
That is an unwieldy shot, but Celta will make his look a little bit easier. Double up setup is...
It's kind of nice to see, by the way, that Celta is still super aware that there could still be another player right there.
He heard the reload of the M4 earlier.
Ah, okay.
And because there wasn't a kill found on long, it has to still be around pit.
So this could be problematic here. If he gets a kill, then we could potentially see a setup for a retake, but that's probably not what the avenue that he wants to go for. And it's been a while. They haven't gone for the full bomb plant just yet. He's getting ready in position. Swizz, does he catch the offer? He has plenty of time, but some flubbed bullets does mean that the bomb will eventually go down.
Bomb has been planted.
Virtuoso is practicing his Pink Panther impression. Please let all the noise be instrumental and don't let them know where I actually am. Saving the op's going to be nice and all, but also at the same time, you feel like it is a little bit of a foregone conclusion that GUN5 should be able to run away with this one.
Terrorists win.
Sorry, you just had me going down like thinking about Pink Panther, and I was just thinking, for a character that's supposed to be like very silent, there's a surprising amount of music that is associated with him.
Listen, Tom Cruise is a super spy in Mission Impossible. There's also the iconic team associated with him, right? Like, you gotta have a team.
Yeah, that's true. It would be uncool otherwise.
It's kind of uncool to be down 6 rounds in the second half, though, and brazylijski is finding that out the hard way. They always wanted to be in the cool kids, but maybe they can be in maybe the late bloomers. This is still their last chance to flower up, though. They need to use it.
2-round margin, not very forgiving. And nothing to fall back onto as far as money is considered. Molotov. That doesn't get Virtuoso. Oh, it does, actually. Don't ever underestimate the Molotov. But yeah, Celta, that's a little bit awkward.
Well, look, at the very least, Celta's teammates will be making up for it very, very quickly. Bolo's gonna have to go for this 1v1 to try and get himself out to safety, but he's just not ready for how far Shiloh scaled up the window and takes out that AWP. Prism spotted now as well. Tanir should be able to come through from the side and take him down. This is a dead man. 12-5 and no money for brazylijski in potentially their last round.
You know, I'm just trying to think of what could have changed, right, for brazylijski, because a lot of their rounds have come off the back of GUN5 actually playing like all these interesting conf plays down middle or long that ended up working out for brazylijski. But I think if Polo was a little bit more activated, we'd have a longer conversation. But right now, this has to be limited to just a couple of dialogues. Mascara with very limited weaponry.
Oh no, Swizz gives up his position. I don't know if it's quite been relayed over and it won't matter too much, but he starts to get a little bit more nervous. Oh dear, Celta knew what he wanted, but it won't be found. It's the long-range scout duel that actually takes his life out, and with the push into lower tunnels, the CTs are suddenly in convincing position to find their first round.
He's got a flashbang to work with, so he can still be annoying before he goes down with the ship. Some bullets trying to find him, but yeah, when you've got 3 barrels spamming away at it, doesn't seem very likely. And yeah, he's quickly met with a haircut. 6 rounds away from potentially tying it up, but I know I'm being a bit ambitious here.
You have to keep in mind, Dime right there shows you the ultimate T-side protocol in situations like that. And this is actually very important for you to remember for like the face-it bugs and the like. When you're the last alive on the T side, the priority is Don't let the CTs get the goddamn bottle. Use the T-side Molotov. Don't give it to them, because you don't want to mess with that. You don't want to mess with a bottle.
Absolutely not. Oh, easy.
Oh my god, that's
That's
just a Matrix move right there.
Oh.
He's a chosen one. Salter though chooses his duels and he chooses to lose them.
Yeah, surprising resurgence here from brazylijski. Kicking into high gear. Things are about to go awry. Easy. Still wanting to be relevant here. Doesn't get caught by the AWP of Polo, who frankly hasn't caught much. And at least they are firing on the rest of the cylinders. Virtuoso going 20 and 14 in a game that feels a bit lost. But GUN5, make no mistake, they're not safe just yet.
Especially not as far as their money is concerned. Flashes overhead, close to forced away. He will look to see what he can find, but with the smoke down to try and give Saddam a bit more cover. Whoa! He gets a frag despite being team flashed up. Easy flash was not supposed to go there.
How they managed to get the bomb plant. It's a dime. Oh, still trying to keep it competitive. Gets off the top of the box. And now he's on 1 point of health. A 1v3 here would be downright fantastical. And in fantasy land, it will remain as Prism finds his head.
Look, pretty solid early picks coming up from the brazylijski's offense when they're getting aggressive now that they actually have their full buy and some stability behind it. They do elect to go back into the double op, as they will have recovered that as well. GUN5 are technically still in some dangerous territory. Now, the bomb plant will be helping them continue to subsist on buys, and this is sort of what we felt like brazylijski was having in the first half as well.
I was just looking around for clones very quickly to see if there's been a disconnect as we see the match pause graphic.
Yeah, we've unfortunately had some connection issues so far, guys, and a resumption will come through.
Speaking of resumption, 5 rounds, brazylijski starting to look like they've got a much better handle on the situation now.
Look, it still really does come down to, you know, they've won 2 rounds, one of which was on a partial. As much as we can say 5 rounds of difference isn't that much, it's still a mountain to climb. So let's see if they've got their gear up and ready. It's close to the start off strong, but this time Tanir wants to take matters into his own hands.
He's been doing a fantastic job so far, 24 and 11. Virtuoso, all you've got to do is hit mouse 1. That he does. Time. Very awkward angle to fight back against, but Polo, he's been a bit silent, but not this time. Tanir and Easy, a 2-on-3 that they have to find. Yes, very questionable piece, but also weird positioning from Polo. Gets caught by Tanir. And now it's all down to a 2 versus 2 with a minute on the clock. The bomb has free mobility, but they're going to be committing to the A-bomb side. Swizz, quick shots, stops anything coming through from short. But Easy, he can still wrap them around their finger if he'd like to. It's just
the
that
CTs
the
are looking to
bomb
regroup.
Where exactly is the bomb?
It's
is it on
inside
short?
the
Did it
smoke
drop?
on short. He can actually go ahead and pick it up, but the problem is that nade trying to move through. They've missed this shot. Easy now with clear sightlines as well. Knows both players are there. Right back to the B bomb side. He'll go. He's done the loop-de-loop, but can he get away from the Swizz-de-Whiz? And yes, he can.
He's got enough time to quickly commit to the bomb plan as well, and he knows this. He knows that it'll take time for the rotation to come in, and he's got 2 heads to find to try and close it out right here. They're both come through the doors, and they will overwhelm.
That was a really nice shot from Swizz onto Tanir in short. I have to say, that was some very impressive shooting. But also Tanir did feel like he might have been jumping the gun a little bit. He really wanted to try and pair up with Easy. Of course, with the smoke still out on the long cross, it would have been difficult to do so, and he felt like there was pressure on him. But that acceleration means that despite the triple kill, Tanir is still not able to carry his team to a round win.
Now, because they're able to keep getting bomb plants and the like, we'll probably never see a position where GUN5 are really strapped for cash. So these are 4 difficult rounds to try and topple, but at the very least,
I don't understand why there's that Gilo push into Virtuoso on the B bomb site. You're in an advantage. You're pushing through a smoke. The B side anchor won't rotate just because it's a 4v3. Unless you're just hoping that he's playing in from middle because it might be a double off setup, but still.
Yeah, it is a bit of a gamble, and it doesn't work out. Feigned presence on long, and the T's aren't going to make a commitment to it. Instead, it will be the full train on short. Have to watch out, but at least the Molotov is going to impede them for a little while.
This is going to be such a nade. Absolutely massive. Prism comes in from the side, takes one away. Great from Zelda, though.
Yeah, this is brilliant work here. Selter and Sadaim don't exactly have all the resources in the world.
Or friends.
Still take an honest crack at it.
Is this the round that changes it all? Is this the round that makes it so, hey, they didn't get the bomb plant, they're going to have worse off money. They might still look to force buy into it, don't get me wrong, but you know what? 12-9 on the cards.
Not even their map pick, so even worst case scenario, right? At least a confidence builder, but right now I think it might be the confidence of GUN5 that is being broken with every confidence play that we see. Polo starting to make his mark once again, and as the duel leads to find Selter as the dime. A bit of a desperate play on long, just trying to find anything he can. Has the player peek backwards into him, but yeah, Virtuoso on cleanup duties.
Look, some of these early kills that the CTs are finding are really impressive with the AWP. They're putting the double up to work. That's all fine and great. But also, I'm just thinking back to like the 4 or 5 rounds that we've seen on both CT and T side from GUN5, where they're just pushing from advantages. And this is the kind of time where you're suddenly thinking, damn, I really wish I hadn't actually done that.
Well, regret's not going to pay the bills here. It needs to be a round win soon from GUN5, but look at Closu. He's made quick work of 2. That's Virtuoso chiming in as well. His AWP victimizing 2. And that's Tanir on the Tech 9. At least a kill found. Okay. An M4 in hand.
Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, if he did have the bomb, then we could still have, you know, a bit of a conversation about the potential of this, but it seems like... I don't know, actually. Tanir,
looking pretty far
not a huge
away.
chance.
Look, it all comes down to Polo, right? If you get the 1v1, then it's actually quite difficult to maintain spacing between an AWP and an AK in a situation like that. And Polo is exposed. Oh, no, he's not. Never mind. I'm lying to you. And now with the smoke being used to try and threaten the bomb recovery system that is being deployed to near. In he goes, bomb recovered, sure, but it's still a 1v1 versus Virtuoso's AWP if he goes back to the B bomb side. Elsewise, it is 2 more players contended down middle.
He's starting to collect information slowly. He's been the player to watch. 26 and 13 at the moment, and 1v3. We put the cherry on top. Swizz found. Okay, 25 seconds. Does need to hurry up his pace a little bit, and there's a set of dualies waiting for him. He's managed to run away with the bomb, T-Time.
Smoke down on the bomb side, flashbang underneath as well. This is a double up. They have not taken time to switch out. The nade might do it all. Tanir's found the kill with the Molotov, but guess what? Utility goes both ways. Virtuoso does it with a gun, does it with a nade. He's done it all for his teammates. 27 and 15 right now. He is nipping on the heels of Tanir. He is the only reason why brazylijski has been this competitive.
Ridiculous performance coming out, and it's so much more impressive when you consider that the expected biggest piece of brazylijski, Polo, he's not firing off at all. He's the AWP player. He's going 7 and 16, and they're still managing to make it competitive against a team that is supposed to be a bit higher caliber. Saddam, oh, you can see that this reeks of desperation. They go for that early long aggression, 1-for-1 trade, not too bad. But they are starting to find space. We do also have to keep an eye on Selter as to how he plays around with the dynamic of the B-bomb site.
There are still 3 players here on A, and I don't think that Celta is going to be looking to push through smokes anytime soon. Virtuoso's nearby, and he's been the hottest hand you've seen in quite a while. The T's can afford to freeze, that is true. But the problem is they only have 1 flashbang for when the freeze is over. Flashbang is in the hands of Shiloh, who himself is actually quite deep in, so he doesn't want to deploy it. So you are effectively relying on purely dry peaks, which has been an issue GUN5 has faced a couple of times over.
Philo's position is brilliant. I think they do have that in the corner of their minds, that there could have been a player that crept over, but he's been incredibly silent. The seeds of doubt should start to be sowed.
Right.
No, they're hard clearing it. I love that. That attention to detail should be paying dividends. Shiloh, though, instantly takes his head off. There's more kills coming through, and this could be the straw that breaks the camel's back right here. Swizz, how does it come down to just the one? Against the op. Seems a bit lost, and Celter will put the final nail in the coffin.
That's 3 one-taps in a round where you had no flashes to take peeks. You shouldn't be winning that. That's so well played coming out from brazylijski, who's in that very round, right? You've got the Molotov to force him out. If that's a T-side Molotov, if that's an old school incendiary, they win that round there and then, because then you don't have space to be able to navigate around. Shiloh should be dead. Instead, he gets a 1-tap. Tenier comes in, covers off Gandalf, 1-tap over there, and Shiloh gets a follow-up. This is crazy. GUN5 really ended up getting their pajamas twisted up, though, in their attempts of getting that win. The fact that it even gets a 10 from brazylijski is going to be a great idea for any of their fans as we head over to Nuke, and watch out for that one. But before that, Arcadia player to watch really did do also much. Tenier, 31-14.
Yeah, he went absolutely insane, and I feel like if he wasn't performing to the level that he did, Virtuoso would have absolutely dominated. And remember, these are really good signs of time to come for brazylijski, because when they do fire on all cylinders, if we see Polo being brought back into the equation, we're going to see a completely different team. So at the very least, if anything, heading into their map pick tea time, I do feel like we are going to be seeing a very competitive fair. That being said, though, short break before that happens, so we'll see you in just a bit.
GUN5 versus brazylijski. Game number 2. It's a fight to prevent relegation from the ESL Challenger League Season 48. I'm Tita with Faraz Waldedi Abro. I was about to call you Michael Yumi Cassidy, but you're not. You're not half Scottish, half Chinese, apparently. At least that's from what I can tell. Enough about that, though. It's time to find out what Nuke has in store for us. That's brazylijski's map pick. They had Virtuoso leading the charge, or the orchestra, if I'm being specific. I don't know why I'm going Harry Potter with this, but Faraz, you got anything magical for me?
Yeah, I mean, I've got some I've got some help. Like, I might be able to help them out here. If I just throw this in the water, they might not drown.
What does this have to do with Virtuosos?
Because Brazylijski is kind of drowning right now.
Okay.
Maybe they're not. Like they did start to sort of paddle in the water a little bit, and
they figured out how to swim, but they just ran out of stamina in the water, right? That's what's sort of going on. And the question is, now that they've been allowed back into the pool, now that they're back from the ambulance, can they swim to safety?
There's a very small chance that they can keep their composure and come back into map number 2. And although I'd love to say, hey, they brought it close enough on Dust 2 where I can start to see the vision here. Problem is, replicating what Virtuoso did is an exercise in impossibility almost. You know, the pressure of Nuke's gonna come through, but you know, I will say this, that we're on one hand, like they were burning the candle with Virtuoso, right? He was popping off. Polo wasn't performing very well, so if they can kind of meet in the middle somewhere, like, hey guys, like, can you guys just sort of put on an average performance? We probably still get something
also
serviceable.
we're looking at a Tenier level performance, which I don't know if we can hope that he'll maintain as well. And Tenier was kind of carrying his team across the finish line as well. It did feel like sometimes Selter, sometimes Sedime very often would be going for these wild pushes, which on Dust 2 can net you a kill or two, but on Nuke is very likely to get you and your entire team found out. Rotations can be more accurate from the CT side and the like. I think it's a little bit riskier over here.
Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt that this game is going to be a bit more of a mixed bag. Like, I'm not exactly sure what to expect with Nuke, to be perfectly honest. It's a map that I've not particularly had on my radar when it comes to like spectating GUN5. But it's also a bit of an enigma what we're going to see from brazylijski, because you know the data on their Nuke is a little bit limited. You know, even if you sort of dial it back a little bit, you try and sort of find it out because of the types of opponents they play against. Right? They're always like it does feel like they're playing on like extreme ends of like the type of players they're going to go against. You're never really sure how that performance is going to sort of tack up against a particular team. I'm not really sure what version of them we're seeing against GUN5.
Listen, they had a good performance versus Saw, where they lost 11-13. Saw is one of the better teams in Tier 2. I don't even know if I'd call them Tier 2, to be honest, at this point, with the performances that they've been putting up. But the point is, Saw is one of the better teams within the ESL, at the very least, on Nuke. So, yeah, at least I reserve some hope as we go forward. But we also have to keep in mind that regardless of, you know, strange pushes, very often the reason why we were criticizing those strange pushes was because it came in a 5 versus 3 from GUN5. You have to get to a 5 versus 3 first, right? You're winning some gun fights to actually get there in the first place. You're doing something right very often, even if it is followed up by something wrong. So it does feel like the kind of formula that can be tweaked very quickly as well. I am slightly optimistic for a third map, I'll be honest with you. I think that GUN5, with the comms that they've shown us and with the utility uses that they've shown us, I've not been very impressed on Dust 2 with that. It's their shooting that's impressed me. And very often in Nuke, it feels like that isn't going to be enough.
But problem is, right, it just circles back to your point about whether or not it can be tweaked. And when they're going into a map that they know is going to be slightly more unfamiliar territory, knowing that it's not their own map pick, I do actually expect them to be a bit more reserved. You know, when you've got that 5v3, you default back to just like basic CS theory where you're like, okay, we've got the numerical advantage, we're not pushing in, right? I expect the extra confidence they had on Dust 2 at the start to diminish and kind of just end up fixing Nuke for them.
It just fixes Nuke for them. I wish that was how it worked. I really do. I've coached enough teams to know that it's not just an.
You're not the only one with a magic wand.
And unfortunately, neither one of our wands work. But we are gonna wave you into the game.
Worst segue ever.
Well, kid out for Shiloh. He's going to be having one thing on his mind, and it is the bomb. He's also dropped down to dualies to Sedime, so he's going to be taking up that hut position more likely than not. Meanwhile, brazylijski pull out a double belt. It's a nade, a flash, another flash, smoke, and a Molotov.
We'll see how much of a difference we see from brazylijski now that they are playing their own preferred map pick. It's a dime on top of the HUD as well. 1 kill already secured by GUN5, and it's getting a bit awkward as they start to come through. What did I just watch? Oh, that's tragic.
That's such a telegraph play that they're going for with that set of utility from brazylijski. Easy reads into it perfectly. He puts himself in vent just in case. You can see how comfortable it is for him to give up everything else as well, because Selter was just getting aggressive in front of the smoke, gets that initial kill on the peeking player, and then you also have the dualies cover from HUD. When they finally get funneled in, that's exactly why Sadime wasn't watching out for Squeaky at all. He wants them to go into the ladder. That's where Easy's waiting for the shinkity shankity shonkiting, and that's what he does.
Worked out so well.
Oh my goodness, well, going through the Molotov after being naded. Tenier will just get 2 for free. It's Celta to do a bit more damage, but not find the third. It is still a hungry Sadine that they have to move past.
And against the MP9, they try to still negotiate, but Virtuoso's the only one that can get a word in. It's through the smoke. Shiloh knows what's up, and the second round for GUN5. But man, the way they've already kicked things off, that's not only just a confidence builder for them, but it's just such an awkward position to be in if you're brazylijski. You're going into your own map pick, and that's how you kick things off. Well, they are going to have at least one round to have breathing room and forget about it.
It's also a big difference from what we were seeing on Dust 2, right? One of the reasons why GUN5 was unable to convert that 5-0 into a much more convincing scoreline is because against the force buys and the half buys, they were losing a lot more numbers. And this is obviously early days, but if it's a trend that is created, then it's going to be scary stuff. Now that, less scary. Running MP9, looking for Glocks into 3D.
I like how Shiloh's playing a pad bit. I thought he was going to play it super conservatively, but no. Swizz had a golden opportunity there to be problematic. It does just come down to the 1v1 here against the MP9. But yeah, should be pretty much a conclusion that we know of. Desert Eagle not being particularly merciful.
This is great value coming up from the SMG buys, to be honest, but the problem is to near his death. I thought he would be able to find one for himself as well. Still, they will be upgrading in the next round regardless. It's not the worst thing in the world as long as you keep these 3 alive.
Well, at least the money's going to start rolling in now, and it's time to forget about the pistol round as we finally get to see what they've been cooking on their own map pick.
We don't really get to forget about the pistol round because of those knives, we have Easy pulling out a full AWP plus utility that is a lot more money than he would have had in other circumstances.
Yeah, and that's clear from how much money's left in his bank account after he makes those purchases. Just all the bells and whistles. See how he plays that AWP as well.
Nice spotting from Closey. They're going for the fast crossover. Is there a grenade to pop open the smoke? There is, but it's not deployed. Closey will be spotted as the late deployment will be clipping him as well. It was an empty ramp room for a little while. Tenier playing incredibly aggressively. It all comes off the back of Easy already being positioned down below. Prism. Oh, Flash is fantastic. Tenier delivering it.
That was a really important prong to have as well. The second player that's managed to sneak past, he's being watched for by Easy. It's always an awkward shot to hit, but happy to do it. 5-on-3 with a minute still left on the clock, and are GUN5 still going to go for pushes like we saw in Dust 2? Probably not. It does seem like they're a bit more careful this time around. Starting to go down into vents, does telegraph their positions as they've been stampeding through. Easy at the ready with the AWP, waiting for them to cross, and the bomb is going to be tapped. Well, full commitment actually. But as soon as they start peeking out, there it is. The reveal of the position. Easy's at the ready. Virtuoso and Polo, they've got their work cut out for them, but with 2 frags, now we're talking.
Polo's also got a great rounding back inwards. These Molotovs are going to be annoying though. Virtuoso, that's a T-side Molotov, so he can't even just rush through it. Tenier wants to take the duel, and it's Polo from behind who's putting on more pressure.
What?
Them very alone will die on a site that he'd been occupying since the start of a round. That's a 5v3.
This is where we have to circle back to the conversation about GUN5's communication on Dust 2 not exactly being on point. They're getting toyed with by the players sneaking around doors. They're constantly spamming E as they look for these awkward duels, and it ends up working out for them. GUN5, this should have never happened.
Just to correct myself, 5v2. Not even a 5v3. And you're dying to the outside player on a rotation path because you lose a man inside fence who's gone isolated. Shiloh will at least be able to shake off the fears and the worries and come back into it with an early frag. Selter on the 5-7's not feeling too good about that, but Saddam getting aggressive will be clearing out a lot of that early hut possibility.
And remember, the reason Selter has a 5-7 is because he dropped over the AWP to Easy. Just to allow them to have that sniping potential there, but
Easy
bought
already collected
here. Did he not? Did he?
Oh, in this round, sorry. Yes, you're right. You are right. I got confused.
Yeah, 6,100 is what Selter had just sitting in his bank account
Won't sit
to
him there
potentially
anymore.
drop something. Let's see if it's a good investment, though, as Easy still does have the responsibility of the AWP on his shoulders. Does take a bit more proactive approach, watching for the cross.
Oh my god, Virtuoso
totally
is on fire.
outskilled!
Virtuoso is crazy right now.
Bringing the form over from Dust 2. A 3-on-4. Tees do have to start making moves now, T-Time. It's 35 seconds. Need to become relevant very soon. Virtuoso overwhelmed. But the pressure of time is still looming.
That pressure seems a little bit more the second Tanir finds the frag on close to retreat into the lower bomb site is being planned out by the CTs are expecting it. They've read too deeply into it. Prism and company will occupy A. What? They still don't know.
You know, Vents might have been nice for GUN5 before. This time Swizz is watching. The classic. Yeah, no. Still the shot and the chaser to go with it. No, Tanir catches him.
Why?
Oh. No way that happens. GUN5 should not have won that after brazylijski get a perfect read on the A bomb site T-Time.
Where did Tanir find his first kill? That's the only question I have. Because if Tanir
They were trying to get on top of each other.
No,
I
the
think.
first kill, he had 3, right? So if Tanir
okay.
revealed that he was in or near ramp, because that's a position he's shown us so far, I maybe understand the heaven boost, but being completely neglectful of that 2v1, being completely neglectful of many is definitely a concern. Still, GUN5 are gifted that 1v2, and they better do something with this present.
With that present also comes a tattered economy from the T's. Not the
It's a
worst in the
swing
world.
round for both, though.
That's true. Money's a luxury that they're not going to have if they end up losing. Two-man setup here to Tanir, giving off the audio that he's backing off. Now, the Opera is the only defender for ramp. But this is, again, a pretty slow default from brazylijski. They should eventually start to materialize their presence across the Redcon, which is going to put pressure on Shiloh to perform.
It's going to keep them at bay, but it's actually a strafe out wide out to Mini for Closu that is being planned up. Easy needs to find the shot. This time he does. Squeeze on the receiving end of it. Virtuoso continues to try and tap away, but it will still be an advantage for the CT. Shiloh will also reaffirm the fact that it is going to be an upper side contest that is likely being planned. But in the meanwhile, Saddam is down. It's a trade from Tanir, and the danger man on the bomb side continues to perform. 2 versus 3, and the bomb is down. brazylijski might lose out a player, but no! Virtuoso continues to conduct the orchestra of death. Now blinded up for a while longer, flank to be planned out. Shiloh and that ramp position never expected, finally putting down the main man on the T side, but Polo's position revealed a 1v1. Looking elsewhere, but the adjustment is fantastic. Second round for brazylijski.
Very important kill to be finding for Polo. A very important round, in fact. It's always a very difficult duel to fight a player that's vertically positioned. And with Polo now finally chiming in, right? This is what I was talking about. If brazylijski can have that extra element. And you know, the crazy thing is, I was thinking that if Virtuoso sort of slows down, Polo's on the come up, then we still end up seeing an average performance from them. But Virtuoso still has a hot hand. It's pretty ridiculous that he's been able to do that. But if they can maintain it, there is a chance that GUN5 will be threatened now. This match pause does allow us to inspect GUN5's economy a bit closer, and I don't even think it needs that inspection because it's a bit of a blowout. Selter, an MP9 purchase being passed over. I mean, they know they have to double eco anyway, so might as well.
Look, I'm also just a little bit concerned right now because GUN5 has shown us some truly, I'm trying to find a nice word for it, some truly modern forms of communication. And when I say modern, I mean, you know, maybe the bugs haven't been tested out of these programs. Maybe you still need a little bit of ironing to do. You can see the potential, you can see the features. They look good, but also sometimes they stop working and no one really knows why. That's what I'm feeling like when I see this mid-round from GUN5. I mean, consider what's happened in the previous round, right? Easy finds the initial kill with the AWP. That's clean. He's backed off. There's no reprimanding for that. They haven't even gotten a territory because Gilo comes in and he reclaims ramp room. Then Tanir swings out wide for those 2 kills. The kill onto Saddam is kind of nuts, right? On the bomb side itself, Saddam just gets dry peeked, 1 tapped out of existence. Tanir swings out wide. He gets 2 kills, and still afterwards, it feels like they're getting lost. They've forgotten about the Heaven player. They've forgotten about the potential of a player underneath in the bomb side. It's just messy.
And messy has been the narrative of the game through and through. From GUN5, from brazylijski, there's never really a moment of peace with these two.
A little bit of aggression on outside could be the difference maker, though. Gilo knows that there's been a quick descent from Closu down under. Closu, however, wants to break that egg of his and make an omelette. 0-7 so far, and that's impressive considering the fact that there's only been 6 rounds. Takes a real talent to do that.
Here, though, he could go big with the 5-7. No, the extra careful check from Swizz will eventually find him, but there's still 2 defenders that can possibly be problematic. Shot from Saddam. Still a 4-on-4. Obviously lopsided. Swizz finding a second. And yeah, with Closu being part of this result, does seem like a bit of a lost cause. Gilo being watched for. And when all is said and done, brazylijski, they have brought the differential to just 1 round.
And that 1 round should be crossed over very quickly. GUN5 don't have much of a hope going into this one. Their economy is in tatters. They're also not even going to have an AWP for easy in the next round. That's something that they have been leaning on quite heavily.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can say about this round. At least GUN5 are true to their name because they do have 5 guns. Haha. Yeah, okay. I'll see myself out.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Are they really trying to funnel them into the easy, Zeus?
It's a nice attempt. Wait a second. No, you can't just start walking then. Oh, at least a kill. Okay. I mean, it was 5 USP.
If he hadn't aggressed, he probably gets 2 players here if he just continues to shift walk.
Yeah, nobody really cared about whatever could come through from behind. But 4-4, and brazylijski are definitely looking like a much better force on their own map pick. Now, we talked about swing rounds before. Now, this is where the T's can start to nestle into some more comfort because they have to fall back onto, and all they need is yet another round to break the money once again for GUN5. So this is of the essence. And AWP is not available either. Shiloh sees them crossing over. A very aggressive push that goes 2 for 2. Klosu finding the Heaven player means that Shiloh and Tanir are on the back foot once again.
Easy doesn't know they're in the site. What are the comms? Easy's watching out for a hot strafe into backside instead of the squeaky push. Tanir now, I mean, he can't get it together. This has to be a save from Shiloh. I don't know what's going on for GUN5. You need a tactical timeout. I mean, I like what brazylijski did, by the way. I don't want to take away credit from them, because what they have going on for them is recognition that there won't be an AWP out for the CTs, right? So they get a player to go aggressively on outside with just a dry straight forward, and that's supposed to act as incentive for the mini player to peek out. If the mini player tries to fight in with outside, where the outside man is on lonely box, you're baiting this into what is a 2v1 sure, but you're still having advantage because the T side mini drop down is here. Now that drop down is already into the site, right? And that call is given. Easy is watching just nothing.
Yeah, the only reason they can even have a bit of a pushback is because Shiloh just changes his position, right? Plays all the way back into hell, which does help him catch a player off guard before he crosses over towards Secret. This should just be a round that is a throwaway. Not a singular casualty found. 6-4. brazylijski, this... I mean, if I have to highlight something, right? Like, I'm very impressed that Virtuoso has been able to keep up that streak. And now Polo, he's strapped into his gaming chair as well. He was on a measly sofa like myself before, maybe. But things are looking up. This is a good T side. This is already the bare minimum, or maybe even some bonus being done for the Ts. You add a little bit more, a few more sprinkles to that. Good stuff.
The plan is right now relying on Easy. He is flirting with the idea of going forward and taking outside peek. And with the smokes that are being prepped up being diagonals, there might be something for him to do here.
I really love how they're playing around with the pacing as well. These Ts, they're not handing any round on a silver platter to the CTs. Oh, and that kill coming through. Tanir falling. The biggest forces on the CT roster. It's starting to get a little bit messy here outside. We see Klosu having snuck through main. Man, this communication right now from GUN5 is downright Swiss.
That's actually just a really good brazylijski, to be honest. Yes, the comms are definitely messy, don't get me wrong, but it's the... it's a diagonal smokes combined with the waterfall, and then also having utility popping through on outside and taking contact then to allow Klosu to then sneak in through that diagonal plus waterfall smoke into mid. That's just a really nice set play, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, but the issue is that GUN5, they're never really making any quick adjustments. Like, if that round was looked at in isolation and you chalked it up to being a really good play, right, that would make sense because it was a fantastic take from brazylijski, but unfortunately there's a bit of a pattern here. GUN5 now having to fork over 7 rounds and even an 8th, feeling quite likely.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, you really have to pat them on the back. brazylijski there. I think the highlight here is probably how well they're manipulating outside. Like, they've had all different types of plays there. They've allowed individual work to happen. They've been using utility for multiple prongs of approach. A very diverse style that doesn't really hinge on much ramp presence. I think that's what they poked at early on, but they didn't realize it wasn't working out, so they go into a slower lobby default that doesn't have all the numbers being dedicated to it.
Oh dear, that's not a nade you wanted to be throwing. More friends than you expected showing up at your home.
Yeah,
Double vent drop rotation from the CTs has been heard, but Closers found Tenier all in the meanwhile, and that means that the T's are going to start to circle back. They don't want to deal with these rotations, but they will still have to deal with Selter on this A-bomb site. Dime has also started to make his way back up. It's a nice crossfire. Dime swinging through, doubles up, but it won't be enough. 4 to 8, GUN5 on the back foot. Can they bring it back? Let's find out. If you're a fan of GUN5, you might want to pretend that this first half hadn't happened. If you're a fan of brazylijski, you want to hope that it happens again. Back in it, it is 1-0 up in the series for GUN5, but now down 4 to 8 as they head over onto the unfavored side of Nuke. Can they make this work?
Kinda feels like brazylijski have already done most of the work. Just need to put a ribbon on top of it. Klasu attempting to do that. 2 kills from the CTs. But there's a bit of pushback here from the T's as they start to have to run into the dually. Selter eventually nips it in the bud. And with GUN5 having 2 members available, it's seeming more favorable. But watch for Prism. Comes out of the hut and he's got dualies. Perfect weapon. Selter's ready for him, but Prism will devour.
Well, they find a way to lose that. I just feel bad for Celta. I feel bad for a lot of these situations where you see an individual play making really good moves, making really good recoveries, great scaling onto a bomb site, and then you lose it out. And brazylijski was the recipient of that as well. They lost a couple of 2 versus 1s as well. But now they get to dish it out. 9-4 up. It feels like Anubis is destined to be played out, and well, I'm all here for it.
Yeah, and if GUN5 are going to continue the trend of what we've seen, right? Anubis is a particularly tricky map as well when it comes to timings, like when you have to really thread the needle when it comes to communication, just rotations and things like that, especially around the mid area. I feel like they could struggle there as well. I appreciate that they also just go for a tactical timeout, right? Like, just get everything in order, not taking any risks. Even if you're leading by a pretty significant margin, they do realize that their backs are up against the wall as far as the series scoreline is considered.
Every chance right now for GUN5 is the last chance. It feels like the slippery slide downward is, well, it's having more water added to it. You think this is slippery? Watch out for more. How slippery is too slippery for a slide?
Whatever we're watching right now is definitely on a 10 out of 10 slip sloop on the slipper scale.
Well, I don't know about slippery, but this could be sloppy. If GUN5 are able to take control of the B bomb site, things could get rough. They're not, though, so it's actually creamy smooth. Wow.
Yeah, I appreciate your enthusiasm, right? But it just didn't look very likely that GUN5 would be able to even enter the B bomb site. Swizz the only casualty. And now inches away from taking us to Anubis. brazylijski, they've done what they had to do. GUN5. Okay, that's not a tactical timeout. We know that much. Still says 0 out of 3. Tanir. Okay, so they're missing a player.
That might be a statement that you could have said a couple of times over, actually. Right now, they're missing a standout, though, where Tanir was delivering on Dust2 with multi-kill on multi-kill, pulling them out of these difficult situations. Right now, he has not been able to do what Virtuoso did with the maintenance of form going into map number 2. By the way, I have also found out, because I was Googling this, because I was searching the SI unit of slipperiness while we had the technical timeout. It's apparently the coefficient of friction. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense, actually. Like, we would not make great scientists.
Counter-Strike is an art, not a science, and right now the paintbrushes are all stolen away by brazylijski as they run their way to a masterpiece of blood and war. Closus comes in with a second prism covering off the rest of the A site, and Polo will be the one to write on that last gravestone. 11-4, GUN5 will have a single gun round. A single gun round on the second half.
Never really thought it had come to this. But there were always signs of weakness all the way from Dust2. And to think we could have actually seen brazylijski bring it all the way back on Dust2. I mean, the scoreline got pretty close. Towards the end of it all, it didn't really seem like it was a decided deal. But at least this map looks signed, sealed, and packaged. A last hurrah from GUN5, where Tanir is taking the charge with a drop down into vents. Most of their attention being outside. Virtuoso at the ready to give the team the red carpet reception. The carpet, of course, potentially being covered with blood to make it red.
That's dire. Virtuoso
I
an
thought there would be
easy.
more action.
Virtuoso an easy exchange out some bullets, but it is Polo to be the first to fall. Down to the B bomb site is secured, but Swizz will be on the site itself to try and prevent any bomb plants. Prism wants to explore. It's opening up room for Celta to try and make a play as well. There is plenty of time for this lobby man to keep on the move, and he's expecting the flank from Closu. Turns around to cover it off, and that means that this is going to be all down to Swizz on the lower bomb site. Spots out the first trade, should be coming through, but he's found two. Easy. A second victim.
Virtuoso and Prism now. Wouldn't hate them for wanting to save, but yeah, with low HP, probably not the best idea to spam, but Prism still wants to go for it, looking for that second member. He has a decent idea of where one of them is. Needs to go for a tap on the bomb. He's trying to isolate them. All right, there it is. That's info. Ooh, a nasty shot from Sadime. GUN5, they extend play.
Could very well lead into a reset for the CT side economy as well. It isn't much, but at least it's putting yourself into the same headspace that brazylijski found themselves in as they headed to nuke. But you know what they say, breathing group has to be created, not just handed to you. brazylijski has been doing plenty of that. 11-5, 6-round lead is more than enough, and even if this round is going to be a little bit less equipped, they still have plenty to take forward. The 3 M4s and an AWP is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, this could definitely be the round that allows GUN5 to get back into it. Virtuoso, 1 for 1. Not the worst. But that does give up this B bomb site, especially with Tanir being able to find that second kill. An attempt from Polo to bring it all the way back, and with Swizz finding his own collection, this is now once again a chance for brazylijski to get to map point. Flashbang to go through. Smoke is going to obscure vision. Sadime wanting to sweeten the deal. Pops a smoke. And Polo, he keeps being dissuaded. His presence being denied. Sadime does allow himself to be crossed over, taps or commits to the bomb. And it's easy in Sadime to look for the 2v3.
He might be discovered over here, though. He can't finish off that first kill. Sadime's been left to shore a wounded man amongst the bunch that he has to put down, but it is so many. It is just so many. Out of the B-bomb side they go. Sadime gets one, but that's the easy kill for him to get. Now looking for a flash play in forward. It's going to be enough to keep Polo away. Sadime isolates the duels, but the battle is still lost. brazylijski will find 12.
I know as much as I was pointing out that Polo wasn't putting up the numbers on map number 1, it's not like this particular game has been carried by him or anything, but he's acting as a very reliable rock. When they come into his crosshairs, he's barely ever missing, and that op presence that we needed from him has been furnished. Virtuoso obviously being the one that really takes the reins and allows brazylijski to get to this point with his first half performance, and I think the work's pretty much done. GUN5, it would be hard to say that they're up against a wall. Probably more fitting to say that they've been chucked over the fence into Anubis.
They still are snagged onto the fence. They have a chance to maybe stay on it for a little while longer. Out goes Sadime. Molotov in to Prism as well. It is Virtuoso to find that first one, and as the descent down to vents is being planned, a Molotov to interrupt any CTs who want to come over. Polo misses out on a chance, but will be allowed to rescope back over. Sadime punishes in full. Where first you were given hope and chances, it is now easy to put you down.
And I really appreciate how brazylijski they instantly just agree on that save, get away. They know that they want to maximize their margins here. Couple AKs, of course, sweeten the deal. Much easier to find those long-range duels in that instance. But Easy is on the hunt. He's been largely absent most of the game, but that could be said for most of the team. Sadime, Shiloh, of course, they've had a bit of impact here and there. But
They have their rounds for sure.
It was a 6-round deficit when brazylijski started to bring it back, though. So on map number 1, maybe you can see something similar from GUN5. Obviously, that didn't really get fully materialized into a real comeback. But at the very least, money isn't the best in the world at the moment.
A cosmetic comeback is still nice for fun, right? It's still nice.
Especially when brazylijski, they would love to take GUN5 to Anubis, right? That's a good map for them to be taking this team to. Hello.
Fast descent right down for Shiloh. He'll have a chance to get a 1v1 versus Virtuoso if he would like to. Remember, this is reset point for the CTs.
Yeah, it might look like a very difficult uphill climb, but in those 6 rounds, a couple of freebies are also baked in, but they need to dig through the difficult ones. Easy finds a collection on Polo. Chances now dwindling. The reset feeling almost inevitable. Unless the MP9 of Virtuoso can pop off. It has before. Just needs to happen again.
It's a really tough crossfire for Shiloh to be going into. 3 players down in the lower part of the map. It feels impossible to move past this for GUN5, but there's 45 seconds left, plenty of time to start moving back, and Sadaim will be giving the call to hold up a second. There might still be someone to call into the A site. Guys,
problem is when you go for that, when you go for an impossible to penetrate crossfire like that, right, you have to make some sacrifices, and those sacrifices are going to come back to bite you. Shiloh, though, still looking for that information. Yes, he gets shot in the side of the head, but by that time, GUN5 has already done most of the work. Oh, Tanir, gotta be more careful with your clears.
It's very difficult to come up from the vent, so despite the fact that this is a 3 versus 3, there's no reason for brazylijski to go for this beyond maybe just trying to go for something like an ninja play. Close is the only one with a kit, though, so you're unlikely to see something like it transpiring. Those beams are actually really annoying for stopping sprays.
Yeah.
Metal is thick.
It kind of puts brazylijski in a tough spot as well, where they instantly just like there's a chance that they keep exhausting their money just because they're trying to keep up with the Kardashians of the weaponry world, the rifles. The M4 and AK have to be bought around.
I don't know how the Kardashians are the, rifles of the weaponry world, but okay. I don't know.
These particular rifles are I mean, they're supposed to have like all that prestige. They have that clout, right? And the M4 and AK, they have clout. So
I guess, yeah, they do have clout. That's true. That is true. I'll give you that. Still, it is going to be a conservative approach. You're not going to call Chloe over here. 2 rifles saved over from the previous round, and Closu is putting some damage out from his own. Woozy, that is Virtuoso from the side, will be traded, and Sadaim will do it twice over. Now you're back to the pistols. Now you're back to Poverty Lane.
I mean, GUN5 might still be cooking something. It's a terrible time to be running into a bump on the road, but that's what seems to be happening to brazylijski. It's 9 rounds, should be on the horizon. And like I said, freebies have been baked into this climb that GUN5 have to go through.
I love freebies. They're great. Especially baked in freebies. Ooh, they're even better. This could get to difficult. This could get to difficult territory for sure. I'm still largely unconcerned. I think the next gun round is what decides whether you need to raise an eyebrow or not. Prism comes in easy, starts whirling around like a Beyblade, and it's time to let her rip. Pulls out the pistol, takes him down.
GUN5 could have been in an even better position than they have right now, had they not fumbled. Had they not fumbled that pistol round that they nearly got at the start of this half. brazylijski, yes, they've looked good, but there's still some weakness that we've been able to see in their gun rounds. It could convert into potentially a much longer second map than we anticipated.
It is very much now that brazylijski needs to bring it all. If you don't win over here, it gets really scary really fast. You don't run out of opportunities, of course not. But even now, you come into this without an AWP, without any kits, using up a lot of that utility in the first few seconds of the half and try and exchange out with the T side. This is not the best hand to take into a poker game where you already are running out of chips. Nice first shot, Virtuoso down. He has been the boogeyman so many times over. Although there's a nice shot from Polo as Celta is dropping down. It's Gilo to look for Closu, who had a knife out for the longest time. Instead of timing, though, it will just be pure beastliness, pure animal instinct to take him down.
Swizz in Prism, there's...
Oh!
Easy! What is
Wow! That's a crazy shot. That's like a dust to doors flick. They're not
But way more impressive.
Oh my goodness, Prism is underneath the rafters. He might still be checked, but no. Zidane would have gotten it anyway the second his teammate goes down. All 5 CTs will be eliminated. 10th round, technically speaking, should be one of those bakery bonanzas we've been talking about. Very well, Dady.
Well, either that, or it's just one of those free candy situations. So GUN5 have to watch out.
Could be a bit of food poisoning baked into this one, but brazylijski are hoping that they are going to be taking out GUN5 over here regardless of their bad buy. Things are getting scary, things are getting close. This is a very young lineup. We have to remember that GUN5 are the ones with the experience on paper. Flash overhead as Polo will be losing out any control that he wanted to hold over the Marshmallow player. Two coming into the flank, good for one. Can it be two? No, Celta trades.
The best chance was off the back of the MP9. Now, there's still 5-7s, and you know that they can be very devastating. But both of these players... Ooh, never mind. There's an Eagle in the mix. My bad, Swizz. But isn't very effective anyway. Tanir does finally get the final nail in the coffin, and that is only a 2-round difference. Now, of course, this is the big one, right? This is where they finally get to use their weapons again. But if they drop this... it's not a good outlook.
They still don't have the AWP. And Polo has had an okay game. It's not like he's been completely impactless or anything like that. This isn't a Duster situation. He's had some important franks out with the AWP. Crossing over with Virtuoso on the other side while you don't have a smoke is really bold. You need the trade. It's not coming. The spray down with the M4, and now Zidane cannot trade. Where GUN5 were able to stop brazylijski's attempt, they are hoping to return the favor. Celta is Virtuoso's next victim, and that form from map number 1 never went anywhere. Only Tanir left 1-on-4. And he might be able to get a kill, he might be able to get 2, but the round surely not.
50 seconds on the clock. Tanir has at least narrowed it down to just 2 members. It's going to be almost an exercise in futility, but almost is the key word here. Land a couple of nice headshots and we could be seeing this play being extended, but it does seem likely. It does feel like the damage that was dished out on map 1 could be matching time. Here it comes, double peek, and there is nothing you can do against it. brazylijski take us all the way to map number 3 as we look at Anubis.
Virtuoso just continues to impress, man. He's been such a performer coming up with them. The T side very heavily propelled by him in a few of those moments that actually led to what looked like the GUN5 mess that we saw in CTE. At the end of the day, GUN5, again, it's similar to what we had on Dust 2, but maybe a little bit more of an extreme case. You start up with those 4 early rounds, 4-1, and then afterwards we just saw them fall apart. 5v2 is the first round that felt like it was true disaster, and from there on out, it just didn't feel like the team's mental state was quite where it needed to.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot that can also go wrong on Anubis, right? GUN5, yeah, I'm not sure what to expect, but what I didn't expect was Tanir not having as good of a game as he did on Dust 2. Okay, maybe a little bit, but Virtuoso definitely outperformed him, right? So if he wants to really live up to that player to watch, Tanir does need to have a monstrous third map.
Yeah, the Qadiyah player to watch has been putting a real spotlight on him, but the question is, can he actually live up to that spotlight? Can he actually live up to the name of Qadiyah? Let's find out in map number 3, which is going to be coming up soon after a short break, guys. Anubis will be around the corner, and as we head over to it, it's going to be spicy. Stay tuned to find out. 1-1, things are tied between brazylijski and GUN5. We're going to be going back into it. Map number 3 being Anubis. Nuke ended up being the exact same scoreline, but just the other way around. brazylijski took it away 13-10 in very similar fashion, funnily enough, for us.
Yeah, and that really sets a good precedent for what we're going to see on Anubis, right? At least we now know that this is going to be a very contentious game going forward, but I am a little worried for GUN5 because the communication problems that we saw festering on Dust 2, they bloomed into a loss on Map 2, and now I think things could even get worse on Map 3 as Anubis does have all those tricky timings.
It's also just that we don't have that kind of stand-up performer on the GUN5 lineup that has been showing up with consistency the way Virtuoso has been for his side. Virtuoso's been just an absolute beast. Right, he's been maintaining like practically a 2 or almost 2 KD from map 1 to map 2, and as we go forward into map number 3, I've got no reason to believe otherwise. He should still be coming in form. The question is, who will be stepping up from the side of GUN5? Is it going to be Selter? Is it going to be Tanir? We actually saw Saddam and Gilo having some good moments over here as well, but you sort of feel like on Anubis, with the way these guys like to push, it should be a good map for them.
Yeah, Anubis kind of feels like it is tailored to the idea of pushing. However, I'm not really sure if they have the communicative foundation to make those pushes very effective. I will say this, though. It does rely quite a bit on individuals being able to pop off. And if we're trying to look for arguments for the side of brazylijski, maybe Virtuoso could do something like that. But he hasn't exactly had all the support in the world. And that's what particularly scares me. Because even when they aren't particularly popping off on GUN5, they do still have more than one cylinder firing, and that is probably a little bit more inspiring than what we've seen from brazylijski.
Well, look, you're saying that, but at the same time, I mean, I'm pretty damn inspired by what I've seen from Virtuoso, and it feels like that cylinder is a little bit more powerful than the rest. Let's not treat all these cylinders as if they were made equal. Some of them come through a much larger canister, a little bit more fuel being pumped into it, and it feels like he is burning through that very, very quickly.
I can tell you know nothing about cylinders.
Really
or what type
don't.
of I mean, like
really
maybe we could have gone with like the gauge, the material.
No, cylinders is just a shape, dude. It's just a shape. It's a tube. Okay, big tube means more tubing, right? That's all we know about. And I'm asking for more tubing from both these teams. But who's going to be tubing down the other one? Let's find out on the survey itself in just a second. I am, however, curious about whether brazylijski has the same sort of interesting set plays that they showed to us on Nuke on Anubis as well, right? We saw a couple of these nice isolate this area of the map, find a pick off over here, and then work the default off the back of that plays. And I don't know if that'll be there for Anubis because it didn't feel like it was there for Dust 2 for sure. So their map pool has obviously been something that we do hold a question mark to. It does feel like they don't have it fully fleshed out. It's understandable given the amount of reps that they're getting in, but is Anubis in that map pool?
I mean, the narrative that I was initially going for when I was thinking, hey, like how's the performance going to change on brazylijski as we go forward? I was batting for, hey, Virtuoso probably can't do that twice, right? Are we going for thrice? Is that on our bingo card tea time? Because
why not?
I mean,
I believe Virtuoso has got great hair. That's actually exactly what I was opening up HLTV on my side of hair. He's got great hair. He's a young player. You look over towards him. He's only 22 years old, which might seem old for Counter-Strike, but I'm telling you, this guy's going to be a beast all 3 maps through. This is going to be his breakout performance that lets him come through into the ECL Season 49 and dominate his way to Pro League. I believe it's going to happen.
And when we're talking about youthful players, like the problem with all these other games is that you feel like a boomer in like 3 minutes time. And by the way, we're about to head into game, and while the freeze time's going on, I still get to go on my little tangent. But all these other games make you feel old. But Counter-Strike, somebody somehow every year pushes the bar for what old people can do, so it makes you feel younger. More reasons to play CS. Can't be that inspired, T-Time. You're downright speechless. Oh, 2 kills found. Tanir, Saddam, both falling. And that's the CT's already checked out.
Maybe not too fast. Oh, Polo, good for 1, good for 2. They are checked out. I lied to you. You know what? If this is the performance that we're going to see coming through from Polo, I'm all in for it. Put Virtuoso to the side, I'm okay with it. Polo, of course, did start stepping up in map number 2 as well, and as we start to come back in here to Anubis, it feels like I'm not the only one who's going to be left speechless. Shello will be put down and made to do the same.
If we're popping off like this, then it is a little bit more inspiring than anything we saw at the start of Dust 2 from brazylijski. Of course, now it's just been narrowed down to just the best of one remaining. It's an inspiring start.
Great start for them, but let's see whether they can continue onwards. One of the things that brazylijski has not been able to do a single time in this series is actually start off with a lead. If they can trailblaze, well, then I have faith.
Of course, we do expect Anubis to be a bit of a mixed bag. Not exactly sure what's going to turn up. And I know we joked about, you know, Virtuoso being able to get that third map going as well, but it is a bit harder to essentially be maintaining a 2 KDR.
I believe in him.
If you look at it from the other side of the lens, though, I mean, hey, Polo, time to step up. Like
he's been ramping up slowly, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He started off with a pretty poor showing, right? You know, map number 1, he comes in 0.5 rating. Map number 2, 0.98. At this rate, he's in for a 1.5. I know how graphs work. Alternatively, if this is an exponential increase graph, then he's up for 2.0 by that logic. It's time to figure out what the maths is going to look like for brazylijski. They're just hoping that the equal to sign ends up with a W and not a question mark.
Well, you have more faith than me in graphs and all different types of mathematical equations. GUN5, though, it's a pretty big investment for them as well. So the mathematics of the next rounds by aren't going to be very forgiving.
Tanir's about to invite Death onto himself, and Death is a very nice guest. It lets him know, well, listen, maybe later, but for now, I'm sorry I can't come. I've got other commitments. I think there's going to be a really interesting buffet out towards the B bomb site to the back of it. So maybe I can see you there instead.
And that's where the meeting will be going to. Prism needs to activate very soon to allow his teammates to start moving in as well. First man to move forward. Tanir at least delaying their progression into the bomb site. 2 kills found by Shiloh and Tanir. And now it's doable, especially with Suez being as low as he is. Polo and Klasu, they'll have to do most of the heavy lifting. Klasu, though, he's already made Connector his domain. Selter and Sadime, all the work to do, but at least HP is missing. Sadime can narrow it down. They're both going to venture into Connector to just isolate Klasu, and they do that. Incredible shot with the Deagle to shave off the top of the head of Klasu. A tap on the bomb. The Galil is the best weapon for it, and all they've got to do is tickle them with a bullet apiece because they're just that low, but there's no defuse kit available.
brazylijski have been saved by the bell right now. It was a wonderful shot onto close, and of course, if you're wondering how that comes through, if you are on a lower down position, if you're playing headshot angles, your scalp will be visible even if the other player crouches down. That's the advantage of elevation that you always have to be worried about. And then immediately after all that damage almost comes back to bite them. $400, and that could have been a very different situation. Still, GUN5 can justify another buy regardless of whether or not they are on the CT side. They come through with more M4s that saved Galil and a couple of saved SMGs. This is actually a very threatening purchase. It's also great nade onto Virtuoso to start things off. Couple that with the canal presence that Sadime is establishing as they push forward. This is a dead Virtuoso and a lot of information for the CTs that's going to lead to a push and a boost, self-boost rather, for Sadime to find information.
brazylijski, they're still in a pretty solid position, but GUN5 having this player in such an advanced position does narrow down some of the information at the very least. Most of their attention now heading towards the B bomb site. Klausu's crossover will now reunite him with the rest of the pack.
Tanir's got that nade at the ready. This is going to be all down to Shilu. He's got 3 seconds on the dissipate. That's exactly what you're waiting for. Nade comes through. Shiloh moves back. He's been jump scared. Easy might still have a chance over here. Brings it back to a 2v2. Spam inside the smoke. And Shiloh needs to make up for it. A great kill, but it's still Swizz who's got the jump onto the player. Inside Dark. Easy still shuts him down. GUN5 will recover.
And it's a good time to do it if we want to see a competitive map. We cannot allow, they cannot allow brazylijski to just get away with it. GUN5. They should be instantly contesting for that second round of board as well. Obviously, with how close it was. You mentioned earlier that they were saved by the bell, right? But that bell was also an alarm to remind them their economy was falling apart because they're losing all their members in their pursuit of denying the bomb defuse. Down to just the pistols.
Look, we've seen GUN5 struggle against these half buys and forest buys before. Is this going to be any different? Early Canal's exploration will be giving them a lot of that info. Keep an eye out to see if that's going to be a trend. But now fast executed to the B side. Dime spotted out, but with the team flashes, it's a little bit more to live. Prism still chasing back in to the canals. Keeps his life somehow, but not for long. The USP will chase him out. And here come the CTs. Retake is on.
This could be a huge botch round unless Selter can secure. Shut down by Klasu. And Shiloh and Tanir, they know that HP is not very forgiving, so they've just got to back off the time. I can't believe they've done this. Getting it away with Tech 9s, and that also throws a massive wrench in the works of GUN5's economy.
It's just being caught out in the complete open in the back of the site between, you know, the site and the pillars like that, in a way where even though the first entry player on brazylijski was flashed up by a team flash, the second one is still able to get the kill. That's the most insane thing. And then because you're prioritizing this canals, you know, exploring, you are also vacating dark, so you don't have that crossfire established, and they punish that dark vacation by pushing a player with a Tech 9 forward, and even though he doesn't find the kills, he finds damage that makes it impossible for those players to then come through the smoke that was down in the entrance of dark.
But with that, we still do have at least a glimmer for GUN5, as they have enough weaponry to make this a serviceable round. A Molotov isn't going to dissuade Virtuoso, but it does eventually consume him. Tanir, I think if he was fiddling with the idea of pushing in... Oh, never mind. He's just meant to be used as a footstool here.
I love being used as a footstool. It takes all the responsibility out of my hands.
Let's put a lot of burden on you, though, so... I don't know, I feel like that's some kind of description about you, but maybe I don't want to psychoanalyze you while we're casting a CS match.
Swizz wants to psychoanalyze his opponents by opening up their heads, though, and that's a terrible way to do it, but it feels also good to watch in Counter-Strike. Easy wants to re-aggress out into canals without a flash to help him. There are going to be two players here. This is rough. No, he's not going all the way forward. This is really nice from him. He's going to be traded out as well. Tanir needs to put up the numbers close to. Puts him down instead, and now Dime's got only $700 and a bill he can't pay with it.
Selter and Shiloh, though, they're still very much in contention. Sneaky way for brazylijski to get back into the round, but it's going to be hard to really argue for this particular round. Shiloh's position should be good. At least they've got two places they can come in from. That nade kill found. Swizz losing some of his HP as well. Oh, now this is doable. Final player in connector. Polo isolates a duel. The smoke isn't going to stop it. In fact, it creates more problems for Shiloh, who now has to play around with the obscurity as well. Jumping straight out. Kit available, and I think Shiloh just... No way. Again and again, brazylijski saved by the timer.
Thing is, Shiloh actually needed to go into dark regardless, so the smoke helps him regardless of whether he gets the kill or not, because he wouldn't have had time to get the defuse otherwise. Very nicely played from in that 1-on-2, but I will say it feels like brazylijski are sitting in the exact seat that GUN5 had found for Dust 2, where they're relying on these 1v2s, they're relying on these last second defuses, they're relying on maybe a little bit of these crazy force buy situations as well, but they're getting the job done. How?
What?
Polo's really mad right now because he had a teammate watching out from Rugs and he said, "Don't worry, bro, I've got that A main push for you."
The trust me bro in question just falling apart.
No, bro, I'm telling you, just watch Dark, bro. Bro, trust me, bro. Come on. I'll tell you, bro.
And more comms like that if you sign up for ESEA. At least
Just
in our
don't do it
team.
with me, right? Just don't do it with me.
Oh, well. Kind of hard to avoid that when I'm on it. On your
Mm.
team, at least.
Listen, right now, though, we still are in contention for bringing it back. GUN5 are going to have one more chance to turn things around. brazylijski 5-1, great start, very easily lost. And it is Anubis, very T-sided map. Lots of possibilities for GUN5 to turn this game around on its head, still available to them.
Yeah, I've stopped trusting the illusion of an advantage on Anubis T side. Like, you even see some really difficult scorelines, like 9-3, something like that, and it's still not convincing enough until they get the pistol round, right? It does always feel like a map that really facilitates comebacks, and because of just how it's structured, it often doesn't even feel like it was much a comeback. At least weapons are going to be present now all across the server.
Huh?
Sorry, what?
Takes him a better time to get up onto the bricks, but it's
It's
okay.
okay,
It's
me
okay. It's all right. Molotov's going to force Celta backwards. This double setup for the CTs might be dismantled by the Tech 9. Celta's able to cover off Prism's push forward, and now close to keep that gun out. Close to keep that gun out.
Oh, he does. And brazylijski, they're right back in it. Middle presence eliminated, which can very easily for the second prong to convert, but they need to also watch out for Easy. He's actually going all the way back. Never mind, it's going to be Sadaim to take his place instead for that potential reaggression on middle. And the world is the T-side oyster, as they can really go anywhere. With that kill being found, just leaves one defender in the form of Sadaim here, T-time.
Virtuos only has to be careful not to be shot in the back. Shiloh doesn't get the kill.
Huge.
Single defender, but time is low, and this is when mistakes made. Shiloh keeps the pressure on. Breeze will find Sadaim's head. Time to save.
It really did come down to that duel. If he finds that, maybe he can wiggle around the bomb site for long enough to waste time, but it was just never, it never gets to that point if you instantly get headshotted. And GUN5, they're completely checked out right now. And, you know, any arguments we can make, like, hey, I mean, it is the CT side. Remember, they came into this game being the heavy favorites. At least the AWP is a luxury that should be afforded. For a very late hunt.
Terrorists win.
You know, I said 5-1, you can still make the comeback happen, you can still make this respectable. I'm gonna stick to that for 6-1 as well. But if it goes to 7, then I'm
That's
raising
where
eyebrows.
you draw the line.
That's where I
Okay,
draw the
even the-
line.
Even then, it's not a particular line. It's just like a
it's
marking
a
in the
dotted,
sand.
it's a dotted line,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like you can maybe creep through it. The solid line will come later. 8-1. Then I'm really drawing lines.
Still in the sand, though.
Yeah. I
Because
don't
it's
have
Anubis.
paper. Yeah. Paper wasn't invented when this map was.
Speaking
It's
of
an interesting
inventions-
retake setup for middle for GUN5. They've
Yeah, I was just
instead of
gonna
going
say,
for the
this is-
retake setup, they've gone for the give up setup because they're giving it up.
Makes sense. I mean, rather have 5 players alive when they come in on middle rather than 4. Is that the logic there? Well, Easy's logic when it comes to the AWP does eventually materialize. There's a kill right there, and he's still sticking around to keep fighting. How has he survived long? Swizz is now creeping in. They're not going to be ready for him. The AWP eliminated. Eventually, Swizz is found, but it still comes out of the 2-on-2 that is brought down to just Sadime. He's creeped forward. He wants to play around the smoke, but he has 2 heads to find. Isolates the op, and the swing out will be punished as well. Virtuoso falls, and GUN5 barely scraped together round 2.
We avoid the line.
The line has in fact been avoided. Now
I don't
we
know who
will
to
in
feel
fact be
worse
building
for.
sand castles.
I don't know who to feel worse for. Is it Sheila or Easy? Because Easy is... It's actually supposed to be, I think, Sheila who is revealing position first, but because Easy reveals his position, Sheila wants to play bait. Easy then gets 2 kills. Sheila's still playing bait, but then he gets shot from A main before he gets a chance to reveal himself at any given point. Ends up being a 1v2 for Sadime to clutch together, and he does so nicely now with Celta starting off with a bang. Tanir is right there to add his own pop to it.
Things are going to slow down. We've not really seen them get pressured to this degree at all. And it does kind of feel like the, hey, let's give up middle and wait for them to come into the bomb site strategy does seem to work out.
It's a pretty slow round. You don't have to say it so fast.
Yeah, well, that's what the strategy is called. So, I mean,
Okay.
with that speed. It's kind of like
Okay.
playing music, you know? You have to play it on tempo.
Right. I've seen Whiplash. I know how this goes. Tempo's been very much lost for the brazylijski side, though. It is... it's a struggle for them because this should be where the economy is reset. So you could even see them just fully saving up, which seems to be the plan. But if you do, you feel like you're being pushed into the force by corner. At which point, you know, it's 6-3. You have a less than ideal buy. And you feel like you're relying on Tech 9s again.
Yeah, this is just a waiting game again. And that arbitrary line you were talking about, yeah, it's well and respected now.
I never made it. Never drew the line.
never-
I will
Yeah,
will
you
remind
saying
everyone.
that the line was 8-1, potentially.
Yeah. I said the dotted line was 7-1.
Yeah.
I said the
You
solid
saying
line was
relatively
8-1.
insignificant score lines as your arbitrary metric for whether or not a game is a foregone conclusion is the equivalent of someone saying, I've had it up to here with you, but only bringing their hand up to their knee.
Maybe it's the tall me. You ever
That's
think
true,
about
you are
that?
a pretty tall guy.
There you go.
And your hand up to your knee is like up to my shoulder, so...
Pretty much, right? So people have different capacities of pain, and right now brazylijski are hoping that their capacity of inflicting it is not over, but receiving it is certainly very much available. Great early kill from Easy will give them an advantage, one that they will not be quick to lose to Near. Continuing to oppress. A deep Molotov forces both Prism and Virtuoso forward, but they win out their respective duels, and again it's only Sadime on the back of the bomb site. A savior of a round before will not be this time over.
The start we had, it did kind of seem like this round will be a little bit easier on GUN5. They have to fight this uphill battle into the bomb site. At least 2 positions that they can start to argue from. Shiloh is positioned known, and because... Oh, Prism gets coaxed out of his spot, but yeah, that's easy calling it. 7 rounds, and brazylijski can still potentially get that 9-3.
Also known as that line 3. Hey, I think we're done with the line.
Terrorists win.
Look, this is it's a bit of a disastrous round right here. The fact that Easy's able to find information for that many players in Canals. Tanir is fully ready for those duels. He is putting himself on an off angle as well because he's expecting more players to start coming over. They are ready for the play, right? The call is there. GUN5 are floundering right now.
There have been several versions of GUN5 that we've seen unfold on the server today. A new one with each map. Push back from middle. Oh yeah, Tanir is going to be pressured, and he's not ready for the AK. The destruction being brought forward by Klasu. And Seltzer still tries to keep it competitive. A couple shots through the smoke allow them to still have a say in the matter. And surely they're going to start to go for a tea time.
They don't have a choice. You can't keep giving these up, but how are you going to try and contend? Easy's the only one with the kit, and he's the one who wants to throw out utility for Selter and Shiloh to start pushing forward. Polo is certainly liable to being taken down, but with these flashes being avoided, it feels like he's going to be A-okay. Finds that first duel. Shiloh is down, and Selter's right there with him. Easy's made this journey 100 times before. He's become a frequent flyer on the path to save. But this time there might be some turbulence in the flight as Polo is not done yet.
And speaking of turbulence, there hasn't been any turbulence in your projection of the graph that we had for Polo, right? It's been smooth sailing. Started off a little slow, started to ramp up, and he's leading the pack now, 11-7. Of course, he's not even had to put up more numbers because this has been a relatively smooth journey.
Last chance for GUN5. Even 8-4 seems like it's a bit much, but you know what? It's all you can hope for. But with Sadaim's death and another forced forward, Tanir will take a lot of damage, but at least he equalizes. Is Shiloh ready for Prism on the other side of this? Backs off, smokes it. Will not be wanting to contend, but a deep flashbang. In goes Prism. Can't chase his speed.
He saw the head and then still flicked to the left. He's like, hang on, why did I do that? I saw him.
Just in case there's another player. Actually. Yeah, it could be that two-man setup. You never know. Shiloh playing close to the smoke is a very dangerous angle, especially if he's able to go past Prism while Tanir's found another kill through B main. There are only two T-side players there because one of them has to go back for that bomb, and Shiloh's done his job.
Yeah, at the very least. Oh, I was gonna say GUN5 could have a round at the end, but no, this is still very competitive here from brazylijski. Virtuoso already on the A bomb site. They don't know where the bomb is though, and with Virtuoso having entered the site, they're probably going to be leaning towards there. Polo has an AWP, has enough time to plant the bomb, and Virtuoso can still get down to his funny business.
Still don't know. They still don't know it's on
They're
A.
still...
They're trying to figure it out.
And they're shift walking!
Now they don't. It's all about Polo, and he's taking a great position. If he finds Tanir, this round is gone. But no, he's turned around!
Oh.
He's expecting Selter to have come back much faster, and he's expecting Selter to be the first player to make contact with. GUN5 will find 4. brazylijski will be happy with 8, but can they complete what they started in this first half? Let's find out after a break. First time we've seen brazylijski start off strong in a half, and they finish pretty strong too, to be honest. 8-4 is great.
Yeah. Can't complain if you're up 8-4, but you will start complaining if you lose the pistol round, because get the pistol, get conversions, something along those lines, and then something like an 8-6 with the T side advantage. Yeah, that's still something where GUN5 can cook.
brazylijski is going for the opposite strategy, which is leave on the bomb side and go into mid. For mid, but then resetting back to A because Swizz has given them the information that this is likely not a B-sided hit. Now with the smoke going through, it's confirmed.
GUN5, oh my goodness, they take forever to contest Polo, and Polo's continuing to dish out the damage, takes the final duel as well, and that's a 4K for him.
Yo, somebody give me a stats degree. My cross are killing it. Polo's been doubling his performance every single time. He went from a 0.5 to a 0.98, and now I'm telling you, he's going to be at like a 1.9 at the end of this.
Hey,
Crazy.
you said 2.0 the first time, don't back away from it.
Yo, listen,
Hey, graphs aren't perfect, okay.
That wasn't exact. I'm being exact now.
That's what stats makers won't tell you. You need to keep a job.
Going in past that Molotov doesn't really help when there's that many players on the other side.
Polo,
Polo? Polo's gonna get me a job as a statistician, I'm telling you.
not a well-paying one, but a job.
We all start somewhere.
We've got a coach, we've got an assistant coach, we've got a nutritionist, and yeah, so this guy does like whiteboard lines for us. That's about it.
Listen, GUN5 right now need to figure out what their lines are because they are forgetting them all in the script right now. 10-4. Virtuoso's got the flash and the follow. In fact, it is close to takes the kill away. Tanir and Sadime continue to trade and back to 3v2. Whoa. Never mind.
Yeah, I appreciate that Tanir does take the liberty to move forward just to make sure that he can find the player on the retreat. He knows damage has been done, and now a conversion onto the A bomb site is totally possible. And the man of the graphs will have to deliver. Does get a chance to at least grab a better weapon as he starts coming through from A main. But before he can get close enough, the bomb will already be planted and 2 barrels might be pointed at him.
Listen, Polo, if you want to save, your KD's maintained. Right? I get it. I get it.
Oh, he just didn't see the vision.
Yeah, he just didn't see the vision. Tanir had a vision, though, in this round. 4 kills when he started off being aggressed upon and having to respond after losing 2 of his teammates. It's between him and Sadime to get those response skills, and they do it really nicely. But the fact that Tanir then transitions that into aggression for 3 more, that's very impressive.
It really does feel like any time we see GUN5 perform super well is when some of the individual brilliances come to light. We've seen Sadime do it towards the end of the second game. We saw Tanir do it in the first game all the way through. And if Tanir can still furnish that kind of presence again, maybe we see something come to light. But still, chances much better for brazylijski.
Swizz has got no idea what's about to happen to him. He sees the toe, though. He sees the toe, but he's not ready for Gilo to be this close. Molotov's out, and the rain of napalm has been called through. GUN5, they own this site.
No reason to even try and attempt it. I love that they instantly go into turtle mode and start going towards B main. But the thing is, right, Easy still wants to stick around, just wants to catch that one player that decides to stray from the pack. He is going to be walking into 4, though, so there's that.
It's also one of the big disadvantages, by the way, with the CT Molotovs is that you can just run through an entire Molotov and not die.
Yeah, I think the damage you take from that is like 40 or something.
No. If you run through an entire bloomed Molotov, I think you take
okay.
86.
Terrorists win.
which isn't
Which
too
is
bad.
kind of That's kind of crazy. I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't be able to run through an entire bloomed Molotov and live. But I don't know.
I think you should be able to. I think you should be able to because it's meant to be a deterrent, not just a brick wall.
Why not?
Because players should have to press mouse 1. Other than the time they throw the molly.
Well, listen, point is, Molly or not, old Molotov or not, Sheila would have got Matt kill regardless.
And I really appreciate that GUN5 have been able to maintain their composure going into the second half. Look at how fast they're playing it. No! Closu has completely shredded them to bits. I talked about composure. He was bringing out compositions.
Dude. He starts off with the fire phasing, transitions that into the face breaking, and then he adds in a little bit of ghost in the sauce, smoking it off and smoking them out. Nice. Real nice.
This kind of shutdown is just brutal to be experiencing because GUN5 were going aggressive, they were finding duels, everything seemed fine and dandy until Closu turned up to the party. Now, Polo, he's soon going to have a rival within his own ranks, as Closu is climbing up in terms of kills. With this round, unless Easy and Shiloh can pull off something masterful, it's very likely that brazylijski will be flirting with the finish line a lot sooner than we thought on Anubis.
GUN5 just feel like they have to commit, right? That's really all there is to it. Oh, what a shot from Shiloh! That is beautiful.
Yeah, if they only had time, then maybe.
They do say the AWP was kind of a big deal, but oh, even Easy picks up another. Shiloh is defending this up with his life. Okay. This round was not as convincing as, or even as even-sided as what it seems to be at the end of it.
Yeah, but it's really hard to win a round when you lose 3 players in like the first 15 seconds. So I can feel GUN5's pain. Now, thankfully for GUN5, money is still available, so they do get one last hurrah. But there's that. If they end up losing it, they would still at least need a bomb plant, and it's a very similar scoreline as to what we saw on both maps before comebacks started to be manufactured. He knows there's a player there. A pixel betrays. Easy might be wagering for more. Swizz has the flashbang ready. Virtuoso to defend as well. 2 defenders on this B-bomb site, and they'll be running right into them. Information's granted, and finding the player on the top of the platform will be next to impossible. Closu still wants to make his mark. Switches over to the AK, but can't defend Connector, and that just leaves Polo. Coming through for the, well, no attempt at 1v3. GUN5 have comfortably nestled on the B-bomb site, and where I had GUN5's money under the microscope for a moment, it's actually brazylijski who are going to be losing out on theirs.
It's very difficult to run that double back site setup when you know that the T's still have Molotovs to flush you out, because it feels like you both just get kind of trumped out. You can't bait for each other over there either, right? So just trying to hold on for that is sort of just hoping that the T's don't throw the Molotov, to be honest. Which is fine, right? Like, there's a lot of different places that are going to end up being mollied, but yeah, it just doesn't work for brazylijski there as they're trying to defend, and Closu can't get the multi-kill he was hoping for either.
And as dire as the scoreline might look, right? Just having the cushion of being on the terrorist side, and, you know, it's not even like the money's been built up for the CTs, so it's not exactly a done deal just yet. They still need to earn it. But I'm interested in seeing how Polo tries to perform with the AWP in this kind of scenario. Probably does want to play a bit of a safer angle, where if he doesn't get the shot, he can at least retreat. But bread and butter for Swizz, the shoulder peek. To be watching A main. GUN5 is slower default.
Well, Shiloh's been fantastic on these entries, and now he's no different. So he's taken down without being able to put up any defense whatsoever. Homside will be given over as well. The incorrect stack will be... it'll be fine, right? He's just really looking to save the AWP at this point. Close shot the AK away. Unfortunately, it's a risk of spamming out that 5-7 that you have to remember.
Saving the ops of the essence, so that's probably the prime thing on their agenda. You know what, T-Tom, I'm really happy that we're getting to see a game like this because, you know, generally I see a matchup like this, I do expect it to be a little bit one-sided.
Terrorists win.
But brazylijski, they've not only produced a fantastic game, a fantastic series together, but they might even be finding the victory.
Let's not count any victories before they transpire. Every single game so far has been incredibly close, but it's felt like every game has also been kind of a foregone conclusion. This one, the least so. 11-9 is likely to come true. The 12th is feeling a little bit untenable. Shiloh's entries on this T side have been dominant, but maybe Polo still has something to say about this round. Chasing after Easy
like
with
that.
a quick jump up and a follow up as well. He's using his teammates'
No.
bodies to trade off of, but eventually he will have to die.
And that means that GUN5 keep inching ever so close to the scoreline that brazylijski have, because they might be 2 rounds away from the finish line, yes, but GUN5 are only 2 rounds away from the tie. You said earlier that we shouldn't count any victories before they transpire, and it seems like a motto that should probably be plastered all over the T and CT spawn of Anubis.
I think more so for the CT spawn.
Yeah, that's where it needs to be boldened and underlined. But you know, the story's not over yet. The pen has not been put on paper. If there was any victory for brazylijski, it's only been written down in pencil. Still needs to be outlined to really make it permanent. And that outline has to come off the back of these players now performing. Yes, Polo has gotten 20 kills, which is very impressive. But the full conversion yet to be made. I'm really happy to see that Shiloh is able to match his energy as well on the other side.
How does he expect
No
that?
way.
Shiloh gets 2!
Dude!
Oh my goodness! He's been an entry fiend on the A side, and now finally Polo puts him down, but he misses a flash. That's an aura effect. And even Sedime comes forward to shut down Polo. Meanwhile, Camera is the avenue of attack, and CT is likely to be the avenue of retreat for Prism.
That's literally just individual brilliance from Shiloh. He takes this particular round by the horns and has made it much more palatable. Prism and Virtuoso, they know that money's down the dump. They still want to go for it. And here, though, Barrel betrays, and that means that Prism's left all alone. At least he has a kit to his name, but finding 2 kills may be a bit of a generous thought process. Given the flashbang to delay, yeah, Prism knows that this is probably an M4 that should be carried on over to the next round. Molotov, yeah, simply not enough time. Yippee! Towards the end.
Oh, that's desperate.
You see the Mag 7 come out?
Yeah. Look, you're gonna have a buy anyway, right? But It does just feel like brazylijski have hit a brick wall. Or rather, Shiloh's been throwing bricks at them and they just happen to fall down and make a wall.
About to find out whether or not Klausu's Mag 7 can serve the purpose of a wall as well. Rosso should be largely undetected. No, Seltzer is being elaborate with his checks. But brazylijski, they might be throwing this round in the dumps. No, Tanir, he stepped up once more. Klausu, he's got a good weapon for the close range engagements, but problem is they're going to be watching for it. Oh, the weapon's visible, but he prioritizes the wrong target instead of swinging. And that puts GUN5 now in contention. 11-11, the tie has been secured. You dial the clock back maybe 12, 14 minutes. It's...
Dude, to be honest, Dustu or Nuke Virtuoso would have won that.
Yeah.
He picks up the AK, he just doesn't find it. Actually, it feels like we've seen that exact same duel being lost 2 or 3 times now, where a CT retaking coming in, wins a duel, picks up the AK, and then can't get a follow-up. They just can't get multi-kills to save their lives, and at the same time, GUN5 have been putting multi-kills on sale. It's a 2-for-1 special all over the shop.
I feel like if we're talking about transactions, then Shiloh has been much more successful with his particular marketplace. 23 kills, the multi-kills have been delivered to their addresses.
It's really last chance Luna behave for brazylijski. Easy. Just careful of any desperate moves that could be made, but really, they know what the system is. Boost up easy, get a sideline forward, and close who expected it. This time finds it. All in the meanwhile, Swizz is the one wielding the AWP. Polo decides to keep his paws off of it. Swizz wants to take the duel versus Shiloh. He wants to have the big boy weapon on his shoulder.
Almost seems like a game that is destined for overtime at this point. B is where this battlefield is going to be. The bomb should be joining them very soon as well. Maybe a window in time where the bomb could have been interrupted from reaching the rest of the team, but now a last-ditch effort from GUN5 to step onto a site. 3 players down. Shiloh, oh, that is uncharacteristic of him with how he's been playing. And Tanir, last man standing, cannot connect the spray, which does bring the CTs inches away from the finish line.
We got Nuke Virtuoso back. Let's go.
Not quite.
Ask and you shall receive. And listen, if you can do it again in these last few rounds, that's all they really needed. GUN5, when you stop being able to just get brute force entries, that is the issue you run into. That's not to say that it's an issue you can't surpass. Very much is a possibility to go back to that 12-12, but now you are facing down the double op of brazylijski. The A side has very often been a victim, and right now with the grenade onto Easy, he's not feeling too hot, but Shiloh's been having a pretty hot game so far. Can he do anything about Swizz?
He's been largely successful in the A-bomb site. We found the multi-kills from him. Klausu this time, not contested. But Swizz has to hold on for dear life with the op. 6th kill for him in this round. Oh no, quick switches before he can fire. And his responsibility is to delay time, but he simply can't. Sadime with the 2nd kill. GUN5 in a prime position to take us into overtime here.
brazylijski need to get the chickens in order and start roosting onto this bomb site. Over goes Polo, hoping to make first contact, hoping that GUN5 will be the ones to make a mistake, but now you're going back into a double lob setup, and it's a first shot, sure, but it's not the kill. Polo has to do it twice over. It's a dime here to punish for it. Easy comes in, comes alive, and overtime has been found from what was close map on close map. Thwarted comebacks upon thwarted comebacks. Now we finally will go the distance.
And what a fitting end to this game. We've not even gotten to the end. But this is at least a very fitting final chapter. every single round now having the potential for chaos, with money no longer being part of the question. And it feels like GUN5, every time they've tried to contest middle, they've been met with the brute force of Losu. It's almost conditioned them to shy away, to try and contest A bomb site instead, where they've been very, very successful. But GUN5 want to start pressuring B. Ooh, Virtuoso, his position is known. It's really just one member that's being problematic. Oh,
Great
collection to find.
Yeah. Easy's going to be hoping to find close to as well. In the meanwhile, the scope reveals his position, but Easy knows that a smoke is providing him cover from Polo, so refrag possibilities are not there. Swizz expected to still be on the A side. Great off angle from Prism. Nets him the advantage.
And he's waiting for the rest of the team, or he's waiting for the bomb plant before he even tries to contest. It's a dime, that's a good kill, but he's not ready for that second prong. Shiloh, I think he might at least be able to isolate Swizz, and he's mostly been successful at fighting him. But Swizz knows that he shouldn't be stampeding into the site. Swizz is able to punish. Now, you know what, T-Time? This is generally the point where I'd at least lean in a team's favor, but I have no idea.
We have no idea. Yeah.
The lines in the sand have been washed away by the waves.
Yes, they have. The other thing to keep in mind is that we are expecting that, you know, from Swizz, from Virtuoso, you're going to see someone start to step up. You can also say the same for players like Tanier. He's not had a quiet game. He's been pretty good. He's had a few very important rounds, but also this could be the time where he starts to turn things around and take everything into his own hands.
It does feel like they've already explored quite a bit of their budget for star potential, though, with Shiloh already going 23 and 14 and Tanier also doing a big bulk of the heavy lifting. While that star potential seems a bit unexplored on the side of brazylijski, where you still know that Virtuoso could have a lot more of a step up. Now, granted, Klosu has really been stepping in the big boy shoes, especially with his presence on middle, but that's exactly what makes this game so indecisive. Oh, wow. So that might get another one here. Oh, they're so good with utility. The pressure is on.
Gillis doing the same, though. Jiggle peeks back out for a quick double attempt. It's only the one, but it's all he needed. With Swizz being found out, a shot to the head. It's a guillotine of AWPs, and Polo has found out that his isn't quite a French execution machine. 13-13.
Unsure who's going to be populating the chopping block now as we head into the final round. Both Tanier and Shiloh finding a kill in the previous one, but it's a dime that really steals the limelight in that. After two botched comebacks, it wouldn't have been fair to not have an overtime in Maverick.
We changed things up a little bit over in middle. Polo's the one taking over instead of Klosu, and he's not been given a chance, but he will look for one nonetheless. That nade opens up the smoke, sure, but I don't know if they fully realize how many players will be coming in through canals. Virtuoso trying to hide away. Molotov running out, that smoke dissipation completing as well. Elbow spotted. Saddam takes the fight, but Shiloh takes the kill. And now with a bomb that can be planted, brazylijski will have to fight 3 versus 5 for the retake.
And they have no choice. Final round of the first overtime. Easy will make a collection on Klosu, and it's Polo and Swizz. Polo's done God's work, but I don't think he can find 5. There's one, but anything he could is just a consolation. No chance at saving the KDR, and GUN5 will persevere in half one.
CT side was always where the troubles were going to be, though, for both GUN5 and brazylijski. Getting those last 2 rounds is still going to be really asking for it, but remember, Shiloh has continued to frag. Tanir will be picking up that secondary AWP. Let's see what they have in mind. Polo's looking to start things off with an aggressive peek, potentially into dark or a main. They haven't smoked it off though, so maybe it's just a slow crawl forward to try and fight up against Sadime. It was at times a weakness on the CT side. No, he decided. I'm more worried about an A main push, but he should have been worried about his teammate stealing his limelight. Sway's fantastic frag.
And it's completely uncontested. Easy and Tanir still do have AWPs, however, so each of them could be a force to be reckoned with on either extremity. Perhaps we see some re-aggression come out from AZ, but he is just taking a much more forward angle. Utility now starts to telegraph where the final action will be taking place. Selter tucked into the back of the bomb site, trying to find anything around the smoke, but he only gets greeted by bullets. Flashbang to go through. Selter knows that he needs to do something desperate, and it's only good for the one bomb. No trouble going down, but Easy will create difficulties as they start coming back into the site. Tanir might get a freebie here. Flick adjustment, gets it. Flash is good. Shiloh finds a player in connector, and Swiss tries to fight back, but he's largely unsuccessful. GUN5, a flawless retake.
Well, you know what? Smacking the bum just to make sure that you go through with it as well. It really was unexpected. I thought that when Saddam... Okay, that's a lot of smacks. Okay, very enthusiastic. Everyone's having a good time. I really thought that when Saddam got caught out over there, it's going to be a tough time. But you know what? Sometimes GUN5 are just absolute maniacs on the retake like that. It is great to see. They've still got that in them after that struggleville off a CT side we saw in regulation.
No mistakes allowed anymore for brazylijski. It really feel like they had carved out the victory for themselves. But that final piece of the puzzle is still yet to be found. In fact, GUN5, they're the enigma that brazylijski simply cannot wrap their heads around. Oh, flashback is good, but the timing on the peak is not. Closu punishes. Selter, perhaps he wants to equalize the numbers, and that's what he's going for.
He reveals his retreat, and he's hoping that Shiloh can also cover him off. Meanwhile, I thought he had that. I'll be honest. I thought he had that.
Good attempt. Good attempt. Can't knock it.
Saddam's ready for it, but Swayze still adjusts.
The only issue is Saddam isn't ready for the kill either because of the verticality of the position. Tanir
oh my God, dude, he's so
is
good.
not ready.
He's actually insane.
Swizz spends most of that game on 5 kills, and now he's turning up the heat in overtime. Love to see it. Love a good little recovery, but maybe Shiloh can provide recoveries as well. No, Selter will be the only one that can do the talking here. But against 4, a difficult debate.
This is very much just a throw my body at them and see who will catch me. Crossballs exercises aren't always great though, because sometimes you shouldn't trust people, and he really shouldn't have trusted his opponent right there. 15-14, GUN5, still a chance to close it out here and now, but you know their days are slightly numbered.
If regulation CT side is anything to go off of, we know that GUN5 are still very vulnerable. brazylijski, if they can extend play, I would probably favor them even more. If they get to start on that T side when everything is reset, GUN5 have to watch out. One overtime almost doesn't feel like enough to really write a decisive finish to this story. Flashbang actually gives up Easy's position, so that's where they'll be prioritizing their crosshair placement. One of the issues for brazylijski has been running down the timer. Just cutting it a little bit too late, so that's an issue that they really want to avoid, especially when your backs are up against the wall.
This is a lot of territory to be giving up to the T side right now. Easy has no idea where they are. Oh my god, this is such a big backstab. The B bomb side's gone. It's gone. For us, I'm sorry, it doesn't exist for these CTs. The best thing Tanir can do right now is die early so the rest of his teammates still might have a chance to respond, and that's exactly what he's done. But the Dark Swing will also find nothing. Prism's double kill ends it. GUN5's hopes of this being a single overtime affair have dwindled to a close.
2v5 nigh impossible. But still, we're going to give an honest crack at it. Easy, that's an opener at least. Two players quite low on HP, and Shiloh might still have a say in the matter. Finds a player in the back of the bomb site as well. In T-time, we still might be in contention. We could end it all here, but Shiloh gets shut down, and with Swizz finding the double, we'll be going to overtime number 2.
Listen, man, this is where GUN5 and all of that form on the T side, all of that form in regulation, all of it goes out of the window if you can't pull your pants up and get the run going on the CT side.
And when the threat of overtime was looming, that was always going to be the bottleneck that is holding GUN5 back from just closing out the game. Unfortunately, this is the time where their bottleneck will be first pressured.
Instant tactical timeout as well, of course, just a reminder to everyone, you do get 1 per overtime, so using it very early in, just to calm the nerves, just to keep things under control and say, listen, guys, we made it a comeback, now we're starting off CT side, just get the 1 round and we'll do the rest.
They do have B site on their radar. Easy. This is exactly what they needed. GUN5, they need some early aggression that works. Anything early that they can find would solidify their chances, but a shot through the wall, man. Swizz finding 9 kills in overtime already is such a huge step up from his regulation performance. Continuing to be a menace to near. Bad time to be pulling out util.
That nade could have actually been
They
really
just
good
wave
if
to
he
each
banked
other
it.
as they cross by.
Yeah, unfortunately he couldn't bank that nade, otherwise that could have been very nice. But no, puts himself in danger, but you might not be expecting Shiloh in a position like this, though. Thing is, he's not expecting you either.
Nah, Swizz is gonna check for it. Maybe an audio cue?
No one's checking. This is gonna be a very quick double for Shiloh. And he even stays alive long enough to chuck out a flashbang, give over information. Sadime now called to task. And that task is simple. Chuck out a nade, let it do the job.
And you gotta remember, GUN5, they get that round off the back of some nasty timing from Shiloh for no one to check him, and for him to have a revelation at the 9th hour. (32 and 18), dude, that is nuts.
He is the reason why they are as far along as they have gotten. Flash pop through into 2 would be a real bold move. They accompany it with a grenade, but Shiloh dodged the flashbang and kicked their teeth in.
They've run
Go
out of
find
gas.
a dentist.
The problem is brazylijski, they have nothing in the tank anymore. It really does feel like they're now losing the psychological battle. They're just throwing themselves through the smoke. And that's a really nice shot from Polo, actually, so we could still talk. To get into the B bomb.
Oh my goodness, not like this.
Ballsy move, ballsy investment.
The Dak.
Much more fitting name than the Scar 20. I'll agree with you on that one, Tea Time. The bomb is being planted. Selter catches him with his pants around his ankles. Prism, a 1-on-4. Does seem like an exercise in impossibility. The Molotov disallows him from being in the one position that could have been safe. Yeah, no adjustment could save you there.
Listen, dude, you get the shallow double as a response to that nice little setup that they were going for, and then you get drummed down by the Dak. There's no way you're coming back from this one. No way. I think Tanir even dropped an M249 in spawn for good measure, by the way.
And brazylijski's running out of gas at the same time as GUN5 to have this kick of confidence come through where Tanir brings out the auto.
He's juggling the Negev. Oh my god, this is so BM. Bro, this is so BM.
No, I respect it. He's just bringing it closer. Shiloh, about to be pressured. Don't get caught out with your util.
Get the Negev out. God damn it. Use it or lose it. Sticks to the Dak for now. Yeah, Shiloh's right next to him. He's a finders keepers kind of guy, and he is keeping this round under control.
They do want control of the A-bomb side, though. They only have to find one player in the back. Selter does fall. And brazylijski, they could at least get the bare minimum before they have to start heading on over to the disadvantageous side. GUN5 have done masterful work here already. And Virtuoso needs to do as much damage as possible before the gears start turning, before the rotations start happening. They know exactly what's cooking, and before the numbers can even be pressed, surely they've got the right idea.
Bro, if Prism picks up the Negev and clutches with that, that would be the happiest I've ever been in my life. There's a scope of the clutch, straightforward, nothing too fancy, no new weapons, and he's almost done it. Just the one, but a nade chasing after him. Prism turns around, turns tail, and turns back to a more defensive position. HP bleeding out from his side, and Easy tries and taps it. Prism comes in from behind. Easy will have it. They will get 18.
I'm not sure how GUN5 suddenly get this kick of energy that powers them through to the end. It almost just feels like they have to kick a ball into a net now that has no goalkeeper. Or at least one that's very tired. Three rounds in a row on CT?
Unheard of.
Yeah, honestly. Other than the fact that we just saw it, but yeah.
I said unheard of, not unseen.
Oh, fair. Vision be damned though, Prism wants to play around the smoke anyway. Oh, they're gonna run straight into them.
2 for 2 for now, though the T side will be able to keep control. The problem is Closu, and that is a looming problem. It will not transpire until the bomb is planted. Nade and Molotov Easy is gone. Whoa, Tanir turns around as he misses his jump. And Assaultus all alone. The AWP will have a chance for one, but even that one chance is going nowhere. Swizz is killing it.
Couple more and we could even see the CTs extend play. the energy that's harboring in this particular series. I wouldn't even be surprised if we kept seeing this go on. It does feel like GUN5 have the psychological upper hand and also the scoreline, of course, but brazylijski, we are far from being out of it. Polo, there it is, opening kill, but at the end of the scorecard is still 2-2. Sadime expecting it, but still found by Virtuoso. GUN5 down to just the final two members, Tinir and Selter. Tinir has been the player to watch, but will we be watching something great from him again? Knows where at least one of the players is. Chucks over a nade to collect some damage, but it misses. Goes a little too short.
They have time to wrap back the B and keep the bomb as a threat here. Selter's making a lot of noise though, which makes any sneaky plays that you want to go for a little bit more difficult. Bomb's... He's planting bomb pretty open, I won't lie to you. Listen, gotta take some risks sometimes, and right now, the risk of Tinir is trying to cut off a rotate that's never coming in. There are 3 players coming out from A main. It is going to be a one-sided retake, but they've chosen the right side from brazylijski.
But this utility being thrown out does telegraph it a bit. They know at least 2 players are coming in from main. Smoke chucked over on Heaven, but so much time has elapsed already. T-time. This might be a little too far gone. Selter, there's the opener. Converts on the second. No sloppy spray, but Tinir has got it, and GUN5 will disallow a third overtime.
Yo, I stopped believing when I saw that spray. I won't lie to you.
I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you.
Nicely done by GUN5, though. They will be moving forward, and in the meanwhile, it will be a potential battle for relegation out for brazylijski to stay in the ESL Challenger League for season number 49. GUN5 powered through. It is a fantastic comeback where they themselves were recipients of ones as well. In map number 2, they have done so very nicely coming into this final map. Anubis stays strong for them 3 rounds in a row for that second overtime, and that's really all they needed. We do have a Kadia player of the match, though, player to watch out for rather, and that was Tinir. He's done wonderfully well all across the series, and this third map was no different. That being said, though, we will have to say goodnight for now. We're going to be seeing you guys again for more ECL action as the tides continue. Make sure you continue tuning in, and remember, ECL is upgrading. It is leveling up. We actually have a great announcement that was put out by ESL a little while ago as well, that the ESL Asia is on land. So all the action, all the Counter-Strike, and all the leagues come back soon. We're going to see you guys when you do.